I think, to be honest, the pitch had a bit to play in the results, but for me it's about trying to be consistent on that 6-meter length, with the odd sharp ball in there. The ball did a bit for me at the start. Later on it got a bit softer and a bit easier to bat, so we had to be a bit more patient.
A little bit of a change in role for you within the last couple of years, not getting that new ball, so you're coming in first change. How has that affected your strategy, your thinking and your game plan?
Well, we have a very good analyst in Avner Sitaram, so he comes up with most of the plans and we chip in. I mean, it's a team sport, when you have guys that are more suited for the new ball, you allow them to do what they have to do and then you come in and play your role.
And in terms of the dismissal of Steve Smith, that short ball that really got up the, I suppose, planning around that?
I mean, he's someone that's going to take it on. With the wind coming off the eastern side, so it was an option. But, we have our plans to go about every batter.
100, I think it was for 5. Australia got up to 286 overall. How pleased are you guys with that score?
I think it was a good effort. We could have probably been a bit more patient at times. But like we said, it's a chance for us to learn from it, and now a chance for us to bat and put a good score on the board.
Yeah, you guys had an opportunity to bowl yesterday, as you mentioned, a little bit of a challenge in the surface. What would be the message to the batters then, given what you saw?
Just a bit of assessing. Go out there, see what the new ball is doing, and once you get in, you go big. Congratulations on your performance yesterday. All the best today. Thank you.
Yeah, again, a lot of the conversation is that there's something in this surface, or there was certainly on day one. Let's find out now about the prevailing conditions for this second day's play with Darren Ganga.
Start of day 2 of this second test between the West Indies and Australia, and it's a bit overcast, cloudy. You can see the covers behind me. It's nice and cool and windy as well, so bowlers would like these conditions to operate in. If we look at this pitch, you'd see that it's not really dissimilar to day 1. Very little wear and tear with the footmarks, and if you look at the good length areas and the short of a good length areas, very little indentation too, so I still feel this surface is good for batting. Let's identify the threats we saw on day 1. Degree of swing 1.3, that's significant, something that batters will have to contend with maybe in the first 20 overs or so. And then if you look at the degree of seam, 0.08, so swing and seam. Add to the fact that we've seen a lot of bounce from this surface as compared to Barbados. The difference? 12 centimeters. So you take all those factors into play, that's a serious concoction for batters, especially in the first 20 to 25 overs. How do you deal with that as a batter? Well, you can take a page out of what we saw from Alex Carey, Bo Webster. Bo Webster was very good and disciplined in being defensive for the good deliveries, leaving the ball alone, knowing exactly where his off stump was, and then the counter-attacking approach by Carey, pouncing on anything over pitch, anything short, and scoring runs in a brilliant century-run partnership. So adopt those two qualities, and I think you're in for runs on this surface.
Yeah, it requires a lot of discipline, as we heard there from Darren Ganga batting on this surface, because yesterday we saw the ball darting about, deviating off the surface and in the air, and sometimes with a little bit of inconsistency in its bounce and carry. Greg Blewett and Stacey Ann King. It's something to deal with in the early parts of a morning session.
Yeah, I definitely think that the first hour of play will be one that West Indies will have to be a bit watchful. They'll have to be a bit cautious as well with their shot selections. Maneuver that first hour period, build an innings, build a partnership, and just continue from there.
And something to remember, we're starting 10 or 15 minutes earlier than normal this morning, and there was some early morning and maybe overnight rain, so there is some moisture in the atmosphere. It's why Greg Blewett feels it's a bowling day. But let's stick with talking batting, and 100 test matches for Craig Brathwaite. Big day.
It is a big day, and he's got a big job to do. I mean, yes, it is his 100th Test match, and that's a great achievement. And you see that the Prime Minister of Grenada presenting Craig with his cap and a trophy there, which is fantastic. I mean, you've got to be doing something really good to play 100 Test matches. So he's a tough cricketer. There's no doubt about that. He's captained his country, but he's going to have to do some really good work this morning, because we keep talking about it, Bish. It's about that first 20 overs, and he's a big part of that.
And the numbers there, just to reflect on the numbers, with Craig Brathwaite there with 100 test matches, 51, Stacey Ann, to Ruston Chase, and the averages there. What about those?
Yeah, some pretty averages, I'd probably say. But for Craig Brathwaite, again, a big milestone for him. He leads with 32.83 as an average, and I think he is one of those players that in today's match, he is going to produce something big. I'm putting it out there. He is going to produce something big.
All right, Stacey, and the prophet, and we all will hold our breath to see if that comes true. What we are more certain about is the unrelenting accuracy of this Australian bowling attack over a long period of time, Greg Blewett.
Yeah, I mean, there's a great argument that this is the best attack that Australia has ever produced. I mean, you can talk about Warren, McGrath, Lee, Gillespie as well, but you can't deny those numbers. These four have been absolutely superb for Australia. Nathan Lyons played so much cricket, offers protection in a sense for the quicker bowlers, often bowls long spells so that the fast bowlers can freshen up. But, I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. A combined over 1,500 test wickets at a great average. So we know what we're going to get today. Mitchell Starc will be a little bit erratic, but he'll swing the ball, bowl some dangerous deliveries, but Hazelwood and Cummins will just bash away on a good length, and from their height, they'll provide some difficulties for the West Indian players.
And I think it's easy to predict, since we're into prophecy this morning, it's easy to predict. We are standing here at the Darbo end. The river end is behind us. So I would assume with the wind direction coming from my right to my left, is that Mitchell Starc will be running in from this end. Josh Hazelwood will be coming towards us with that wind direction.
Absolutely. That's the end that he was warming up from, and he was swinging the ball in the warm-up, so I was looking at him very, very closely. He looks up for this first morning session, so I wouldn't be surprised if Mitchell Starc does some damage this morning.
Yeah, the West Indies have a big task ahead of them here. And Stacey Ann, as a left-handed seamer yourself, a former left-handed seamer with Mitch Starc, what does he present that has been so challenging for so long?
Yes, Greg mentioned his height first of all, and of course being able to swing a few deliveries into the right-handed batters and then shape it away at possibly the latest using the surface and the conditions as well. I think he will pose a threat to them very early. They've got to be watchful, but take nothing away from the talent and potential that he has in picking up wickets.
And he does it at such a high pace as well. Is leaving is going to be a key, knowing what to leave and play as always? Yeah,
I think, Bish, that there's got to be some old-fashioned test match batting this morning. Try and wear down that new ball. It definitely gets easier when that ball softens up, Bish.
Well, the players have made their way down to the edge of the playing surface. The umpires have already marched out to the middle. So we are much closer to the start of a play on day 2 of this second test. Brathwaite and Campbell will start the West Indies off. It is geared up to be another exciting day of test match cricket.
Greetings all, as we start day 2 of the second test between these two decorated teams. Coming to you live from the National Cricket Stadium in Grenada. I must say day 1 was a satisfying day for both teams. Australia being bowled out for 286 on a spicy pitch. West Indies will be happy with having secured 10 wickets. But day 2 will present further challenges for both sides. Steve Smith, of course, coming into this Australian side for this second test after missing the first due to injury, can really contribute significantly with the bat. There's 3 for him, but they will know a little more about the conditions, having had the opportunity to bat on the surface on day 1. So Mitchell Starc, Pat Cummins, Josh Hazelwood, it'll all be a handful. Rick Brathwaite will know exactly that. Will be harboring thoughts of doing well in his landmark 100 test match. John Campbell too, way short of output in that first test match. He will want to make amends. Both West Indian openers. I have the pleasure of Carlos Brathwaite alongside me. Carlos, looks like an exciting day's play.
Yeah, should be a cracker. Day one lived up to the billing. Day two rests all on the shoulders of how West Indies can negotiate the new ball.
There we go, first ball on day two. Did have the chance of looking at the surface before the start of the day's play. Again, not a lot of divots from those 66.5 overs on day one. Just a little bit of wear and tear from the bowler's foot marks, but still very even in terms of that covering of grass and root structure. Few green tinges spread across. Fiddle there from Craig Brathwaite. That will be the challenge. The discipline required in these first 20 overs. And if you're deep into your cricket, you'll know that the heavy roller is used to flatten the surface a little bit more, make it more sedate, more even for batting in terms of bounce and lateral movement. That compaction is something used by teams when they're about to bat and when they're looking to set their stalls and score big.
Yeah, don't let that flirt outside the off stump from Craig Brathwaite. Because if he does get a bat on it, you probably get one. And for that level of risk, second ball in, you either want to be hammering it for four, so a little bit more intent, or you just want to be leaving for Stark to come to you.
Left-right combination for the West Indies at the top will push Stark to adjust. This is what you're talking about. Yeah, just the angle going across Craig Brathwaite. Maybe there was that expectation of the ball coming into him. He was lining it up and then followed with the hands. Gone after it, first ball. John Campbell, as we've seen throughout the course of this test series, gets four.
Yeah, another flirt outside the off stump, but with a little bit more oomph. Still not advised, but at least he threw his hands at it. How long can he resist the urge?
Batting out of his crease. Maybe just trying to change the interception point.
No!
As opening batter, that area of vulnerability is just on and about that off stump. More so with the new ball, you will have that sideways movement, a bit of swing. So playing at deliveries in that region very early is high risk, or considered high risk. Nice and tight in defense. End of the first over, 5 without loss.
Yeah, feature of the Caribbean. Some money marks. We could be looking at Monaco. The beauty of the water. Natural greenery of the Caribbean in the background.
As expected, Josh Hazelwood will partner. Jill Stark had a fabulous spell of bowling in the last innings of that first test match. 5 for 43. What you'll get from him, Carlos, is that probing length, that line that pushes you as an opening batter or top order batter to judge, to be selective.
Yeah, I think Craig's head position is important for me. When he gets caught with his head almost behind where he wants to intercept the ball, and then he gets forward or back. Doesn't need to get a big stride in, but get your head forward, get your weight into it.
Well, he's playing a very important innings. First innings of this second test of the series. It's his 100th test match. I know there will be a little more arousal from him as a batter. He'll want to celebrate this landmark with a big innings. 10th West Indian to achieve such a feat.
Yeah, and beyond the romance of a century in your 100th test, I think is important. We've all admitted or accepted, you know, this first 20, 25 overs or so are mightily important to set up the West Indies to build any sort of foundation or platform. And I think when you think and you look down that lineup, if there's one person you want to be batting 20, 25 overs to your life in that team, it'll be Craig Brathwaite. So the longer he bats, the better for the West Indies.
We'll wait for the signal. And it comes. Leg buys. Well, if you're wondering how many Test players have gone on to score a century on their 100th Test match, well, there are only 10 players who have achieved that feat, and only one West Indian in that 10. Can you guess? Carlos?
GG?
The great Gordon Greenidge. Struck back to the bowler, and Josh Hazelwood making no mistakes, so Craig Brathwaite doesn't trouble the scorers in his 100th Test match.
Yeah, just a good length. Not sure if that held in the wicket, but it seemed like a drive. Good grab, low down by Josh Hazelwood. Brathwaite gone for none. West Indies 7 for 1.
Carti in at number 3 for the West Indies. Not the ideal start for the West Indians on this second day morning session.
Yeah, decent length, pushing away from the body, not something you're accustomed to see from Craig Brathwaite. Strange shot. And for most of the batters, you think, yes, that is a drive, but it's kind of out of the comfort zone for Craig Brathwaite. Maybe the emotion, getting off the mark and drift tests. A couple of occasions now, a few leg buys. 8 balls in, still on the dot. And there he'd remain.
End of the over, success for Hazelwood, success for Australia, 7 for 1. Brathwaite already dismissed.
Yeah, always concerned about Craig's weight getting into the ball. Not a big driver of the ball.
Going through that slip region once more, all along the ground. John Campbell flirting with danger, but gets away.
Yeah, he will play shots, John Campbell. Not sure if it's advised, a new ball, outside off stump, airy-fairy, but it's all along the ground. And just coming back to Craig Brathwaite, he's not someone that plays the expansive drives. Just feels as though bat getting away from the body there, so head still set back in the shot, weight not getting right into it. Sure, it would have been meant to be a full-blooded drive, but not meant to be a full-blooded drive, but just felt as though when Craig is at his best, his head gets into the ball. It's never a massive front foot presser. Another jaffa from Mitchell Stark. But he's always someone who you can see his weight shift back and forward, and that is disappointment. And there's so much emotions going into receiving his shirt yesterday. He walked on last night. Bad light got him back in. He was here 7 a.m. this morning. And then not to trouble the scores would be disappointing.
Look, Carlos, I just wonder and question the mindset from these West Indian batters, and more so the top order. Test cricket requires you to play the situation, play the conditions. You heard Greg Blewett speak about old-fashioned test match cricket required on the first morning of day 2. Again, you look at that dismissal from Craig Brathwaite, hands away from his body. You can see there is more intent than necessary required in the situation. I get it that you're trying to score, but you have to get yourself into a position of being in control. The other thing is you've got to recognize where you're vulnerable as a batter. And for John Campbell, we've watched him over the years. That's the line that he struggles with, and he continues to play. Continues to put his wicket at risk quite early in his innings. Is that the right approach? Don't have to be playing at those deliveries early in your innings as an opening batter. His dismissals in test match cricket, is he countering that with his approach? To me, he's not, in the little that we've seen so far in this innings.
Bo Webster was having a keen look at the big screen. I'm sure it's something that they have discussed And I just wonder how much of the John Campbell that we see at the lower level, first class cricket, potentially even A team, do we then see at test level? And the difference in quality, in pace, and consistency is so much that what may work at that level, can you now put it to one side for an extra half of an hour?
Left by Campbell. 11 for 1. Beauty of the Spice Isles, ever present. Three slips, 2 gullies now for Carti. Off the mark. I just want to build on that conversation, Carlos and viewers, in relation to Test match cricket and playing the situation. If you followed this series, you'd recognize that the top 4 batters across both teams, they have struggled significantly with their ability to score runs and output. Take a look at Australia. Top 4, average 14. Highest score 47 by Usman Khawaja. The West Indies average 12. Highest score 26. That in itself paints a picture. You look at those numbers. What contributed towards those numbers? Is it the quality of bowling with that new ball? Are the conditions too challenging for the top order batters in this series? I reckon it's a bit of both. So how do you deal with those challenges as a top 4 batter? Again, to me, the mindset that you have as a batter is so critical to the outcome and your production of runs. I don't subscribe to the fact that there is an unplayable delivery that will get your wicket. You must have a more positive mindset where you back your skills and your ability to score runs.
Yeah, I think the bowling has been very good. The new ball is always the most difficult part of the game to bat as a batter. First new ball, that is. And I just think that there's Craig Brathwaite on one side, Usman Khawaja on the other side, but the rest of the top 4, bar Steve Smith, who's only batted 1 inning so far, are quite young, trying to be expressive, and the difficult pitches to feel like you're in. And, you know, a lot of times we come down on our batters in first class cricket because they're only averaging 30, only averaging 35. But I think when the best come to our shores and they also struggle, it just proves that conditions are very difficult to bat in. You add to that some of the best fast bowling that we've seen from a West Indies cohort, a young Australia top order, and then one of the best fast bowling cohorts in our era against an inexperienced West Indies top order bar Craig, then you will see that. I think what will be the difference though is how whoever at number 3, 4, or 5 can stick in. Travis Head has been that person for Australia. Who can be that person for the West Indies? Even if you're 3 down quickly, who can then come in, show some stickability and set it up for Bo Webster, Alex Carey, etc.
Beautiful drive through that cover region. Doesn't go for 4, but surely 3 for Carti. That will give him a lot of confidence. Campbell, I beg your pardon, 12. Before that stroke, now 15 for 1.
And this shot is a good shot, not because it's outside the off stump and it's a pretty drive. He's forced Josh Hazlewood to come a lot fuller to him, which takes the risk out of the cover drive. So there is a consideration for playing your best strokes, but forcing the bowler to bowl to you.
Yeah, just to condense what we just showed you in terms of the top 4 batters across both teams, that's 20 innings so far from those players without a half century. High score 47. Good shot. Not out, says the umpire, Adrian Holdstock. There is a discussion. I might just want to go for the review. And the review is taken. Over to you, Nitin Menon.
Third umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I have checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision piece. Ball is very close to the bat. Can we have ultra edge, please? Let's keep it going, please. Yeah, just 1 frame back and roll again, please, Gavin. Okay, clear gap between bat and ball. Yes, keep it going, please. Clear gap between bat and ball. No bat involved. Ball tracking, please. Pitching outside off, impact in line, wickets missing. Thank you, I'll go back to Adrian on field. Adrian, you can stay with your decision. You're on screen now, you can signal not out.
Great initial call by the umpire. Bounce a little too high on that occasion, as confirmed by Hawkeye. So review lost by the Australians. Left by John Campbell. Again, this situation as a top order batter requires discipline, an organization of your mind, and a clear plan. You're facing a bowler like Mitchell Starc. You know that he will swing the ball away from you as a lefty and just use the ball that runs on with the angle as the surprise element. Glove. Luckily beyond the wicketkeeper and into the boundary for 4. 4 more for the West Indies.
Always eventful when John Campbell is at the crease. This occasion a short ball, and Alex Carey looked interested. Well, if only for a moment. But this is the second time now Josh Hazlewood had a go at him in Barbados. You know, Mitchell Starc having a few words. I just wonder if he can give a few back. Yeah. And how do you do that? There's some persons, and you would know, Darren, you talk about the technical side of things and the flaws, but you also say you can speak to them or you don't speak to them at all. Marlon Samuels is someone you never have a conversation with when he's batting, because you'll rile him up, get the best out of him. On the other hand, there are persons that as soon as you chirp a little bit, it distracts them or it puts them off. So just wonder which bucket John Campbell falls into. Because if you can find that you are the one that wants to chirp and the opposition is going at you, embrace it, buy into it. But you also have to back it up with your skill. You can't be all mouth and no skill.
Yeah, and just staying with that train of thought, you have to back your skills in the circumstances. I don't think that if you apply yourself, you wouldn't be able to reap rewards as a batter in these conditions. Again, like what I saw from Carti in that second innings of the first test. Got out on 20 of 36 balls, but he was very organized in the manner in which he left deliveries outside the off stump, in his defense and his shot selection as well. And a miss. 20 for 1. And the West Indian batting blossomed today. After a cloudy morning, things have cleared up a bit with the weather. Hey, look at this test match situation. You feel that if the West Indies top 4 batters contribute significantly with runs, they can put themselves ahead of the Australians. Again, they will have to defy that trend of lack of productivity from the top 4 batters in this series. One of these two will have to come big for the West Indies. And you look at John Campbell and you say he's ultra attacking in his approach. We did identify his most vulnerable area when out in the middle, that line outside the off stump. If he can be more disciplined in that region, then it gives him more time out in the middle, a greater opportunity for run scoring, because he's going to play his shots. That's his strong area as a batter. So play to your strengths, but also try to mitigate the risks.
Yeah, and he's the one batter you can see from that walking down the track that will be proactive. He'll try to get ahead of the game, but it's how. And I did have a conversation with him about, you know, the shot, and we had a chat, and on reflection, one of the things that he mentioned was even the wind direction of playing that shot in Barbados and where the ball goes. But he's adamant he doesn't want to allow the bowlers to just get on top of him, just hit a length and just be a sitting duck. No. So whilst I understand and at times I subscribe to that notion, my question always is, do you trust your defense?
Well, if you're opening batter, you must trust your defense, because Test match cricket requires you to play with that type of approach at times. And then for you to be in that enterprising mode as well. Can't be one-dimensional. You limit yourself if you're that type of player.
Which is why when you walked down just now and left the ball, I'm happy, because it's the best blend of how he wants to play. So he wants to be proactive. I'm not going to allow you to just run in and bowl. So I'm going to get down to you and force you to change your length. But if it's not in my area, I can adjust. I can leave the ball.
Sounded really good. Goes all the way, so that's a statement from Campbell.
And then you get an opportunity like this, short, and he absolutely climbs into it. No intention to keep it down. No one is out there. I'll take full runs on offer, and it's gone a mile. And that
solid in defense. Very good from Campbell. 26 for 1.
state of play, West Indies trail by 260 runs. The 1 wicket to fall today, Craig Brathwaite, gone for a duck in his 100th test. We talk about being proactive and trying to get ahead of the bowlers, not allowing bowlers to settle. In the last over, we saw John Campbell walk down to Josh Hazelwood, was not in his area, and he left it. Well left. What did that do? Force a change in length from John Campbell, and bang, capitalizing on it. So that's a perfect example of how you can try to be proactive. If it's not in your area, you invest the time, and then once you get what you want, you make full use of it.
And he played to his strengths. You look bottom of screen, bottom right, short deliveries, he averages 40. So that's another important part of being successful as a batter in Test match cricket. More runs. Again, I was just trying to get Hawkeye to show a little bit of what we saw from Bo Webster and from Alex Carey. In that first innings, Webster played to his strengths. He struck at around 50, his strike rate. Was very good in his defensive game. And what did Alex Carey do? Showed that counter-attacking side of his game that has worked so well for him. Two players playing to their strengths and being successful. Remove the umpire going down the leg side. Yep, that gesture from Pat Cummings indicates such.
You want to put these away though, John Campbell, though. Half volley on leg stump, push down the leg side on the angle with Mitchell Stark, so not quite challenging. Those are the ones you want to capitalize on when you're facing a barrage of good bowling.
So let's appreciate the efforts from first Bo Webster. His ability to trust his defense despite the conditions being testing. Wasn't scared to spend a long time out in the middle, and then Alex Carey came in and attacked. Wasn't afraid to advance too. So two players doing it differently and achieving the outcome for Australia with the bat. Brilliant to watch, that century run partnership. for John Campbell. Good start for him. Yeah, Alex Carey struck at close to 80 in that innings, that half century in the first innings of this test.
Yeah, and I don't think we're comparing Travis Head. I don't think we're comparing John Campbell and the new ball to Alex Carey with the old ball. We're just talking about the principle of investing time, one, and then two, staying within your box. How can you force the bowling unit to come to you and bowl what you want? You know, they'll test that average of 40 with the short ball, with Travis Head going back at deep square leg.
Clubbered down the ground. He was ready for it. So much conviction in that stroke. 35 for 1.
I wonder if he expected the short ball, but give it a proper lash down the ground. John Campbell, he's more than a runner ball, gone to 30.
Hazelwood. Just past short leg.
Let's have a look at an LBW half shout by the Australians. Last over and just missing the leg stump. I know they lost an early wicket, the early wicket of Craig Brathwaite, but there's just some encouraging signs here for the West Indies. Hey. 37 runs on the board. So, and I think for me, now that they've got through nearly 7.5 overs, we keep talking about that magic number of overs, trying to soak up between maybe 20 and 30 overs. So I'm sure the West Indian team have identified that as well, and I reckon it's really important for these two players out there just to set themselves little goals. Come on, let's get to 10 overs now without losing a wicket. Might need a little bit of luck along the way. But yeah, just little, might even be little 2-over spells that you've got to try and get through. So get to 10, then it might be 12, then it might be 14, then it might be 16. But that, I reckon you've just got to try and get through to around about 25 overs without losing too many wickets. And I think you could be right in this game. I do think 286 is a good total. But if they can get through this 25 overs, this first little spell from the Australians, and that ball gets softer, it's going to get easier.
Pat Cummins, the captain at mid-on, not interested. And he's been getting loose as well, so interesting to see whether he follows Stark from the Darbo end or Hazelwood. Nathan Lyon saying height, too high. I think your point is a very good one. Little inside edge there as well. The key, though, the key is to break it down into more granular form. And what are the ingredients that we've talked about? Carti, for example, looking good, but can he do the right things for longer, and what is involved in that? What's involved in, and you know this very well, scoring hundreds at this level against good attacks? Pass Travis Head to his right this time at short leg. 39 for 1.
Well, Josh Hazlewood's like all good bowlers at this level. He's able to beat both sides of the bat, and on this occasion it takes the inside edge, and luckily for Carti, it goes wide of Travis Head. So that's why Travis Head is in there.
So many islands across this Caribbean chain, including the country of Ghana, where he is from originally, Carl Llewellyn Hooper. A beautiful. Yes, and Pat Cummins does replace Mitchell Stark from the Darbo Hills end, with the wind coming across his left shoulder to his right as he runs in through that valley down towards the sea. One of the great inventions of the modern game, the drones. It gives you views that I couldn't believe existed prior to that. Careful, careful, pull the wings in. Beautiful. It's going to be important. We talked about it as well all through the first test match. Are you able to rotate strike, particularly Greg Blewett being a left-right combination at the crease, so that Pat Cummins and Hazlewood don't have to bowl to the same batsman for a sequence of deliveries and get into their zone?
Yeah, exactly right, Bish. You would know better than me, but all these fast bowlers, whether it's or Nathan Lyon, what they do want is multiple deliveries at the one batsman, just to try and work them over. So yeah, if you're chopping and changing, if there's a couple of singles each over, it definitely makes it more difficult.
Oh, that looks as it's a brilliant catch. Absolutely terrific from the Australian captain. The umpires may want to see it again and to confirm, but it is an athletic effort of the highest class.
Soon as I saw the inside edge, I thought, where's the short leg?
We have an umpire review for a fair catch. I have checked the feet, it's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on spin vision, please, first? I need to check ball hitting the bat first. Okay, it is clearly off the bat. Yeah, please roll it through to the catch, Gavin. Yeah, looks like fingers are underneath the ball. Just show me opposite angle once, Gavin. Want to confirm again? Yes. Fingers are underneath. Yes, keep it rolling. Let him finish. Okay, yeah. Thank you. Ready with my decision for the big screen.
Well, it should be out. Decision pending. There it is. There's confirmation, and that is a fantastic piece of work from Paddy Cummins. 6'5", and the athleticism on show. Gone for 6. It's 40 for 2.
Brandon King joined his Jamaican counterpart, John Campbell. I think it was an excellent piece of athleticism because Cummins would have been breaking off to his left.
Yeah, as soon as he saw it there, goes in the air, bang, changes direction, and full stretch into that right hand. Yeah, I mean, we've spoken about it at length, like what he offers this Australian cricket team, but, you know, he's just an athlete. You can see the way he moves around in the field and just the reaction there and be able to get that ball into his right hand. Absolutely superb cricket.
I think doing too much. What I find fascinating is a number of things on the Carti dismissal. There was no short leg, and we saw him in the previous over from Josh Hazelwood inside edge the ball past Travis Head at short leg on 2 occasions. Really doing too much. And there is a short leg now for Brandon King, so they're going to bowl straight at him largely with the odd teaser outside the off stump. There we go, and the wind direction facilitates this inward movement from Cummins.
This is real time, so yeah, that change of direction. So he's in his follow through, sees it going away to his right, and then quick enough to react. Trav Head there, loving it as well. Great cricket. Yeah, my instant reaction, Bish, when I saw the inside edge was, where's the short leg?
Beautiful to be nipping the ball back, nipping it back, and then get that one to hold its line is an excellent trait and skill.
Yeah, just like I was talking about in the last over about Josh Hazelwood, the ability to beat both sides of the bat is what you need to be a very good bowler in international cricket. And as a spinner, that's something that Nathan Lyon has learned throughout his career. I think initially he was only able to beat the inside edge, but now he can beat the other side as well. Very good start for Pat Cummins, 40 for 2.
One tall seamer replaced by another, the all-rounder Bo Webster.
No.
Bowled an important spell and got a couple of wickets in Barbados. Superb deliveries and batted magnificently. Right now, came in to fill a breach for Cam Green. But I think he's overflowed that breach now, and he's actually put himself ahead, well ahead of Green, who's batting at 3.
Yeah, and Bo Webster was interviewed after the day's play, and the thing that I loved about what he said was he's just really enjoying contributing to the team. So yes, he would love 100. He hasn't got one yet. He's made multiple 50s already, but as an all-rounder, he's making contributions all the time.
They batted well yesterday in partnership, Alex Carey and Bo Webster, but I don't think that will bring their friendship and their batting contribution synergy any closer together. Wayward.
That's better from Bo Webster. And injury provides opportunity for other people. So, and that's what's happened with Cameron Green, unfortunately, with his back injuries. Over a period of times, had a couple of bouts of stress fractures that you'd know all about, Bish, and there's a long recovery. But then Mitch Marsh came in and took his opportunity. And now it's Bo Webster. So, yeah, and that's made Cam Green's position in the side a bit more vulnerable now.
Let's say you get down to the Ashes, right? Sorry, and I'm sorry to viewers to digress. I have to ask this on this one. Let's say you get closer to the Ashes and Cam Green, worst case scenario, doesn't score any runs, and Webster gets another half century. What call do you make?
I think you've got to go with Webster at this stage. He's done absolutely nothing wrong. So I'd be going with Webster.
Yeah.
44 for 2. Josh Hazelwood has picked up Craig Brathwaite and he's left the field now after his spell. Pat Cummins has picked up Carti. He continues from the Darbo Hills end. Round the wicket to Campbell. So he was talking about sensing something, and this was Hazelwood to Carti before that over in which he was dismissed, left and right of Travis Head. And then there was no Travis Head. So Cummins had to do all the work himself. And then Head was reinstituted at short leg. So I found that interesting, but it's worked out for Australia. So Campbell advance again. Good angle coming back, and then the other one straight in.
Yeah, I think with the ball this new and hard, and for bowlers like Hazelwood and Cummins, who really, bash the ball in from a decent height, they've got to have a short leg in there. It's a genuine catching position for that inside edge. Travis Head's got the job. Absolutely loves it in there, Bish. Travis Head demands to be in there. My era, the great David Boone was the specialist short leg. Took that great catch to get Shane Warne his hat-trick at the MCG. Devon Malcolm was the batter, got the inside edge, and David Boone dived away to his right-hand side to complete the hat-trick.
He's come to the end of his term as a match referee now, David Boone. he's a tough competitor. He would battle it out, and the West Indies have to do that here as well, because you talked about getting through spells, but this is something that sort of invites my speculation. Most hundreds in the last World Test Championship cycle. You see where the West Indies is in terms of hundreds scored. Only Ireland of Test playing nations not on this list below them. They very rarely play. 200s, England 20, India 18.
That's a big one.
There we go. Doing the right things for longer, which I often ask about Casey Carti, against an unrelenting attack, folks. It's okay, we're talking about scoring hundreds, but what are the ingredients in understanding what to leave, what to defend, what to attack? The theory is fine, but what does it entail? I want to get more information, more granular information on what these two have to coach. .45 for 2. There's time and opportunity for John Campbell, for example, in this second coming. But 43 innings and only 3 times getting to 50 or beyond it as an opening batter, or certainly in the top 3, highest of 60. So there's opportunity for him on his return to do something better. But what is the problem? What has been the problem with Alec Affanay's Kavem Hodge? What will the challenge be for Brandon King in having better numbers and a longer journey? Seen so many West Indian batters come in, and some guys have started with an average of 45. Roston Chase, 5 Test match hundreds in his first 19 or 20 Test matches, and then the average dropped like an anchor from mid-40s to mid-20s. What's going on? Shehu, average mid-30s, close to 40, twin hundreds at Headingley, and then the average dropped to mid-20s. So how can we in the Caribbean rectify that?
I was listening very closely to Carlos Brathwaite talking about how difficult batting conditions are in the Caribbean at the moment, and he's saying that the averages are down. You know, the good players average around about 32, 30, to 35 possibly. Compare that to Australians that might be 45 now. Definitely averages have come down in Australia. But for the guys playing international cricket, then if you're travelling overseas and you're on better pitches, then you cash in on those better pitches. So that's what I think that the good international players do. They're able to adapt their games under all conditions. But when you get better batting friendly situations, then you make major contributions and big scores, because you know when you come back to the Caribbean that the scores are going to be lower. So you've got to identify when it is a little bit easier, and then you darn well make some huge scores to keep your name in the team, make some major contributions to your team. because yeah, it must be. It is tough. From what I've seen in these 2 Test matches, if this is what the pitches are like throughout the Caribbean, yeah, it is tough.
Bowling very straight to Brandon King, very straight with the odd teaser. Come back to that. 48 for 2. Generation next, and they love cricket here in the Caribbean. You may not see the crowds coming out at Test matches. There's an under-19 tournament regional going on now. The girls will be playing not too long from now around the Caribbean as well. There is a love and passion. I know you're watching from around the world. They love the game. Different formats. Straight again. Straight again at Brandon King, who loves going through the offside. Don't accuse me of selling out any weaknesses. They have got analysts who know far better than I do what these young ladies need to do to be better when they grow up. My daughter loves the game. Your sons love the game. Daughter wants to play internationally, so does your son. In mid-backer. I don't think these 2 pitches have been typical of what you would probably get into domestic tournament. I think the international decision was made a few years ago. I think the institution of the Test Championship and the West Indies attack to leave more grass on the surfaces to facilitate the West Indies bowling attack. And it's worked. We can't complain. The batters, though, found it a challenge, right? We do need a better pitches at domestic level to forge your technique. That's what he likes. That's a top shot for a few runs.
Just got a little bit shorter on that occasion, Pat Cummins, and looked fairly much in control of that shot. Geez, he's really troubled with that ball coming back into him. So I think he's got a fair idea how Pat Cummins is trying to dismiss him. He's going to target his stumps, and then he's just going to, as Pat Cummins does, he's just going to straighten the odd one, which makes it very, very difficult to face. But at the moment, a lot of these deliveries are just nipping back a fraction.
You notice the seam position, you notice the wobble seam. He's wobbling the seam, and so you don't know which one. I don't think even Pat Cummins knows which one comes back and which one straighten with a leg gully or short square going in now. That's it, right? So they're nipping back, and then that one hits and straightens from the wobble seam. No, Stuart Broad loves this sort of wobble seam. That one came in, similar sort of thing, same area, goes away.
And the last delivery, a little bit shorter, but definitely moves away.
good. It's well bowled and well played. Gosh, we love Test cricket. 52 for 2.
Love the Caribbean, Bish, but I love this island as well. Came from Barbados, which I love. Been to the Caribbean, luckily enough, about 5 or 6 times, and seeing a little bit more of Grenada, and it truly is spectacular. No. And Bo Webster, another tall player. They're everywhere. I stand between you and Carlos Brathwaite, Bish, and I look about 4'2". But the athletes are definitely getting taller and taller, and got Hazelwood. Cummins is taller than you think. Mitchell Stark, now Bo Webster, Cameron Green. They'd all be around about, in the old measurements, 6'5", 6'6".
Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh, of which I was the shortest of that trio. 6'8", 6'6", Courtney, 6'7", 6'8", Curtly. Hello to you as you're listening from wherever you are. Holder plying his trade in the USA at the moment. Suleiman Ben of Barbados. I think Campbell is going to 33. So 2 Jamaicans at the crease, 2 West Indians, of course, from Jamaica. King trying to entrench himself, but Campbell has gone well and looks solid. He's been a little innovative. More runs for Brandon King. They're trying to stay straight. On that occasion, 2 straight. Maybe off the inner half of the bat.
Yeah, it's an inside edge. He's trying to get it away to the leg side, but that was another inside edge, which is more evidence for the Australians on why that short leg is so important. Well, I'd call that poor cricket. Bad delivery, bad shot. But Bo Webster, he's had a great start to his career, and his nickname's Slug. Don't ask me why, not sure. But he comes from a town 30 minutes south of Hobart called Snug. So, Slug from Snug.
Make of that what you will. Oh. Can they be there after 20-25 overs? Campbell going well, King battling. Time for a pause in play. The Dasani water break refreshing the players.
John Campbell still resolute out in the middle, unbeaten on 33. King, relatively new, unbeaten on 11. West Indies got to 57 so far. But these are the wickets. Craig Brathwaite in his 100th test match. A wonderful return catch from Josh Hazelwood. That is an important facet of what we've seen today, the catching from the bowler. First wicket, elation again for him and his teammates. So often has he done that for Australia? And then look at this one. Even better. Port and bowl. Pat Cummins, the captain this time, doing all of the work himself. That is sensational stuff. Athleticism at its best. Yeah, 4 bowlers used so far, success for Hazelwood and Cummins. Nothing yet for Stark. Australia got to 286. They were bowled out yesterday. West Indies still 229 behind, 8 wickets in hand. Friday here in Grenada. Crowds have come in yesterday. They are coming in today. Lots of action to look forward to. And then this one, happy Independence Day across to my friends in the US. And we've got a special offer for you all. 50% off tickets just today for those games across at Broward County. West Indies against Pakistan, 31st, 2nd and 3rd. We have some matches in this series remaining, but then that one, that West Indies versus Pakistan series, those 3 T20Is, if you are looking at this, there is a massive opportunity on here. Secure your tickets at windiescricket.com using that promo code July 4th and get all of the discounts that are applicable. This would be such an important part of having success on this pitch, Stacey and King. The ability to know where that off stump is and to leave deliveries that you can. We've seen a few batters already playing at some that they shouldn't. How do you assess the morning's play so far?
Good morning, Samuel. Morning, everyone. I think Australia will think they have the upper hand. They've already picked up 2 wickets, 2 West Indian wickets. Yeah, that of Brathwaite and Carti. They're actually using the surface. They would have saw exactly what West Indies were able to extract from the surface. A few similar deliveries, the swing. Yeah, attacking that off stump line. But something that Webster said in his interview yesterday, know which ones to leave. Keep the straight ones out. Yeah, and wait for those wayward deliveries.
Yeah, the fielder in the deep didn't pick it up at all, and so the ball dribbles into the boundary. And Constance down there, yeah, you can see from his reaction that he picked it up quite late. In fact, not early enough to avoid the boundary.
Yeah, John Campbell, he's been pretty good so far. Picking up the length, knowing which deliveries to play at.
Elbow of Pat Cummins after he took that catch, just losing a little bit of skin there. Have a look at that. Absolutely worth it.
I think as an Australian, when you play slip and slide cricket, you normally land on a softer surface. Yeah, you usually land on a softer surface, but that catch, that wicket, will all be worth it. It's the end of 15 overs and 64 for 2.
Who's going to seal away with this one today, or during the course of this one? 122 behind the West Indies, 64 for 2 at the moment. It's been a quiet start. Bo Webster continues. Even though he's been resolute, John Campbell, he's still shown the willingness to look to score, to look to rotate the strike. It is his modus operandi. Those of you who have seen him play and the way he goes about constructing his innings, he really likes scoring. He understands, though, that given these conditions here, it might be a different approach needed. And having said that, he just gifts his wicket away. It's the 6th time now that he's been dismissed in the 40s after looking so comfortable and composed. A brain fade from Campbell.
Yeah, was this necessary? Made the movement, the initial movement to score on the leg side, but it's not necessary at this phase. It's an easy catch for Mitch Stark. Campbell goes for a 40 from 52. West Indies lose their 3rd on 64.
West Indies captain Ruston Chase makes his way out to the middle. I just wonder what he's thinking, given the way John Campbell was dismissed. I have to focus on the job at hand. This really is inexplicable from John Campbell. Did all of the hard work. He has a penchant for getting starts and not carrying on. And Bo Webster again is proving his utility. That reaction says it all. Just doing a little deep dive on John Campbell. 20 plus in Test match cricket, 21 times. And of those 21 times, he's only converted that to a half century 3 times. So he gets the starts and then he gets out. When you think Stacey and King, that Stark and Hazelwood and Cummins, those are the ones who would get you. It's Bo Webster who again is proven how valuable he is.
Yeah, valuable with bat in hand. Now he's showing his skill with ball in hand as well.
one of the reasons that he has been brought back to this team, and of course his elevation to captaincy, is because of the tremendous experience he has. 51 test matches now. I know that it's been a long time before this series that he played, but he still has that bank of knowledge to rely on. And he's usually quite solid. He's one of those players who you see in a series, in a franchise tournament, in a team, who is quietly efficient. That's how I will describe him. He goes about his business without much fuss. And when you look at his results with bat and with ball, quite effective. But because he has that reticent personality and persona, he doesn't get much recognition. Gets the edge, Bo Webster. So a challenging, successful wicket maiden from him. 64 for 3. Top 3 gone from the West Indies. Hope and Graves to come as recognized batters. Phillip can do something as well, and then the others. They always are too unrelenting, these Australian bowlers. An average of Anderson Phillip, 26 and a half. Only a few test matches under his belt. As we saw yesterday, the young ones are in. Young boys and girls, they have their branded t-shirts. What a moment this is for them. He's elegant through the offside. Brandon King. Stacey and King, what we saw in the past is that when these young boys and girls came to the cricket, there usually was some sort of exhibition. What would a direct hit mean here? He was well in. So during the luncheon interval, the young children would come onto the field and they'll play a little cricket match and they'll showcase their skill. I know for quite a few of the young ones who did that. This should be another couple.
And for those youngsters, it just means a whole lot to watch your stars play cricket in front of you, your role models, be on the same pitch that they've played on. Brandon King making his debut in this series.
this season in the West Indies Championship. He scored 242 runs, average of 30, but he's always been someone spoken about as suited for test match cricket. He has the skill set, the temperament, the technique to do well in this format.
Wait.
68 for 3.
A few treats on sale for the visitors, locals. A few sugar cakes, nut cakes as well. A few treats from Grenada, full of spice.
Another wonderful day for cricket. Clear skies here today in Grenada. Just on Brandon King, Stacey and viewers, he had a wonderful breakout season. I think it was 2019 in the CPL, scoring a heap full of runs. He scored quite a lot of runs as well for his franchise in Jamaica in first-class cricket, as we saw from the previous graphic. But there's always been a discussion around the region about integrating the white ball players into the red ball team. And his name has come up time and time again, along with some others. There was talk about Nicholas Pooran at some time, Shimron Hetmyer, to get them reintegrated in the case of Hetmyer back into the test fold. Hasn't quite materialized for those guys. Brandon King has played a heap of international cricket, T20Is and one-day internationals, so he has a lot of experience. Yeah, just 52 ODIs, 63 T20Is before playing a first test match. So notwithstanding his first-class career and record, he has significant international experience. In fact, I'll give you a stat about Brandon King as we look at this peach of a delivery again from Bo Webster. Brandon King has played the most international matches for the West Indies before making his test debut. Prior to him, bowling coach of the West Indies team, Ravi Rampal, held that record. Rampal played a plethora of white ball matches before he was integrated into the test team, and similar to Brandon King. So can he utilize all of that international experience now in this format? Another maiden for Webster, 68 for 3.
I think that's a challenge for most of these West Indian batters. And pretty much white ball players transitioning into red ball. So the urge to feel bat on ball is always sometimes there.
Josh Hazelwood back into the bowling attack. Only a spell of 4 overs, 1 for 14. And a change of ends for him as well. Yeah, some inward movement from Hazelwood. He's the one who started things off, getting the centurion in the sense of 100 test matches. No runs today for Craig Brathwaite. And then look at that, guys. Magnificent effort. And the next wicket, well, not much explanations there. John Campbell, after getting to 40, just giving his wicket away, really.
You can almost tell that Hazelwood, who picked up that first wicket, as you mentioned, he's back. Just about 45 minutes before lunch, so possibly wanting to pick up another 2 wickets here in Australia.
Yeah, something that we saw from John Campbell before his re-emergence in this team. The fact that he sort of is very loose when he's batting. That one there, for instance, in the second innings of that first test, and then this again. So it's a worrying trend that he's brought back with him, apparently. Not for an opening batter.
Yeah, I thought he did well initially. And John Campbell seeing off the new ball, opening the batting with Craig Brathwaite. But you can't get a start of 40 against these Australian batters and not try to carry on. It's something he'd look back at and think to himself, possibly, why did I play that shot?
Yeah, did he bring any value home for the West Indies? No doubt what they're looking for and who they're supporting.
Come on, the Cookers. Clean ball, clean ball, clean ball. Go Australia.
Yeah, it really is wonderful to see the touring group and those who have made their way here to Grenada for this test match. I know they're having a grand old time. Always seems to make something happen, Hazelwood. 69 for 3.
Yeah, 286. The score from Australia. West Indies in pursuit, 69 for 3. Trailed by 217 runs.
So a double change, Hazelwood from one end, Stark from the other. Both switching ends. Might just be looking to take the ball away from the right-hander. Have that win factor supporting that.
And they'll also have to be careful of those deliveries that swing in because of his left-handedness and his ability to not just swing away but also to bring in a few deliveries. And 3 slips on a gully. Again, for that delivery that shapes away from the batters.
Just looking back at what we've seen from the openers. What these openers have done in test matches at home in West Indian openers. Look at the average compared from 2022 to 2024. 46 in that period and just 16.9. Wonderful delivery from Mitchell Stark. There is still something in the surface for these fast bowlers. We saw Hazelwood getting that lateral movement. Now Stark didn't opt to review. Yeah, just a flap of the pad on the way through, but really hustled Roston Chase there. $70 for 3.
Just the 1 run from that previous over. Chase yet to get off the mark. Now Harry Joseph picking up 4 for 61 in that first innings. Kerry and Webster 63-60, 112 run partnership between them.
.216, the West Indies still trail by 7 wickets in hand. Really wonderful overhead shot here of Grenada. It's such a breathtaking view. King in his second test match. What can he offer the West Indies? Desperate for a partnership and a big score from someone. You see deliveries like that, you compare it to the one that dismissed Pat Cummins, and it's a mixed bag.
It just seemed to have kicked off the surface and came off the stickers of his bat.
And again, I just wonder if he's starting outside of his crease just slightly, Brandon King. And with those two deliveries, just maybe slightly outside, inside edge, there is a bat pad station there. So could easily have ballooned for Travis Head. And because of those previous two deliveries, I wonder if there's any sort of hesitancy in him going forward. Just on the crease.
And usually you tend to see batters bat outside their crease just to sort of negate that swing. Hazelwood seems to be getting a lot out of this surface at that good length, that 6 meter length.
That's where he's very strong offside, because he stands leg side of the ball and he's just looking for any bit of width, and credit to him that he's still looking to be positive.
And coming off the line previously, Hazelwood, and giving a bit of room to Brandon King. Well executed.
Traditional cultural part of the island, with the steel pan music in the background, looking to celebrate any sort of victory from a West Indian perspective, just adding to the atmosphere, adding to the vibe and the energy here at the stadium. Shot again, four again from King. A couple fours in the over. 78 for 3.
They're just relishing that width on offer. Every time Hazelwood has given that width to King, he's responded with a boundary. Excellent awareness.
"21 overs finished in this innings." Did speak about the threat of that new ball and the challenge for the West Indies batters. Well, Australia, they've picked up 3 wickets in that passage of play. Here's Stark. The push by Roston Chase through that cover region. So Chase finally getting off the mark after a torrid time initially in his innings. bring some relief to him. Alongside me, Greg Blewett, to take you through the next phase of this first session on day 2. Greg, how will you assess these 21 overs?
Well, the runs just seem to be starting to flow for the West Indies. We kept talking about 20 to 25 overs. After that, it should start to get a little bit easier. So the fact that the West Indies are 3 wickets down, I think it's about even Stevens for them. I think the West Indies would probably like to have been maybe 1 less wicket than what they are. Good sharp bouncer there from Mitchell Stark. So yeah, I think if the West Indies can get into lunch 3 wickets down, I reckon it should be good for batting between lunch and tea, and then they can sort of try and build their way towards the Australians' total. Wasn't expecting that one, Roston Chase. I think he was looking for somewhere near the stumps to defend it nicely or let it go, and then he saw it. It was just about right on him.
And if we are to compare what the Australians achieved with the bat in that first session on day 1, they went to lunch, having lost 4 wickets, 93 for 4. They were going at just around 4 runs per over in terms of the run rate. The West Indies at the moment 3.6, so a little bit slower. Flowing arms from Roston Chase. That's his first boundary. Good so far. Nice little partnership here brewing.
Yep, a couple of things in favour there for Roston Chase was the length, but also the width. His balance was nice. Had to reach a fair way.
Tell you what, if I was Pat Cummins, I wouldn't mind that stroke from Roston Chase. A little bit of movement. 3 slips on a gully in play. .84 for 3. Achieved so far in this first session on day 2. Australia very close to feeling their best steam in this test. Yeah, their best team includes Steve Smith. Of course, he had that injury in the World Test Championship final. How did that impact him in this one?
I'm not going to be in the slips for the pace bowlers, which is going to feel quite foreign to me. I've pretty much spent my whole career in there, so yeah, running around in the field, trying to stay out of trouble, I suppose. Yeah, that's pretty much how it's going to be.
I think he'll quite enjoy it, actually. Just a little bit of a change. Push for 2. Nathan Lyon restricts it to 1. I had a quick chat to Steve yesterday before the day's play, had a look at his finger, so he'll be in that splint for 8 weeks. So it was that injury at Lord's was a compound dislocation. So luckily it wasn't a fracture. He would have been out for a lot longer. So it was probably a little bit ugly at the time. I think when he looked down and saw the split in his finger and where the bone was, he probably didn't enjoy seeing that. But as I said, there was no fracture. So that's why he's playing in this test match. Just missed the 1. While the team was in Barbados, he went to New York, where he's got an apartment, apparently. Spent some time there with his wife and dogs, and I think he tested it out in a baseball batting cage at one stage, and here he is.
Interesting cricketer. His journey very unique. Greg, who started playing for Australia in Test match cricket at the age of 21. Made that debut at Lord's, scored 1 and 12. Much batted at number 7, number 8 for the initial phase of his Test match career, and then jumped to number 4. And the rest was history, as they say. In the field, 86 for 3. Let's hear from him and his thoughts a little bit more.
It wasn't actually pain, it was more just the fact that I could see my bone made me feel a little bit ill. So yeah, fortunately there was no fracture there, just a dislocation, and yeah, I think the rehab-wise, it's not really a great deal that I can do. Just keep it moving as much as possible, and try and flex as much as I can through the middle knuckle, I suppose. Outside of that, the rest of it has to remain pretty straight for 8 weeks, and yeah, it's sort of just coming to terms with that and figuring out how to hold the bat without this part on. You know, I'm quite a bottom hand player, so I have to hold the bat slightly different, but nothing I can't handle.
Always very positive. Steve Smith.
I think anyone who plays enough cricket, whether it's professional or at amateur levels, there's always going to be some finger injuries along the way. I mean, that cricket ball is a hard object and travels at good speed, and if just occasionally you're going to get the odd one that gets you in the wrong spot. So yeah, a lot of cricketers over the years have had to deal with finger, hand injuries.
Yeah, just staying with Steve Smith. Of course, he debuted against Pakistan, scored 8 and 9. That last World Test Championship final. Didn't really score, 1 and 12. Again, his first 4 Test matches, he batted at number 7, number 8. And then after 18 Test matches, he got the chance to bat higher in that number 4 position. Granted, he had already scored 5 Test match centuries when he took on that role. And Blue, you can talk to this graphic, what he's achieved batting at number 4. I know Australia, they're still searching for number 3. Manus Labuschagne has batted in these positions. But yeah, really top of his game. One of the best in world cricket in this format of the game.
He's struggled at number 9, hasn't he? Well, he's been one of our greats. There's no doubt about it.
This is Josh Hazelwood and this is Nathan Lyon. I really want Mitchell Starc and Steve Smith. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie!
Go boys.
Well, I'm sure they'd love to oblige. You'll definitely get it. There's the big fella, Mitchell Starc. Yeah, Stephen Smith's been quite incredible. One of Australia's greats, but one of world cricket's greats. I mean, those figures that we saw have been, you know, over a long period of time, under all conditions. He's been brilliant.
Pounce on that one. Brandon King just waited for that width on offer, and the execution was great.
Loves a little bit of width, doesn't he? Looks like he likes to stay sort of leg side of the ball. What I mean by that, doesn't really go across his stumps, just stays on around about the leg stump line, and then anything outside his eye line, just likes to throw his hands at it.
.91 for 3. Is still trailing by 195 runs. Upon reflection, they'll be disappointed with the dismissal of John Campbell when he was in control of his innings. In the Spice Isle, Grenada, of course, island country in the Eastern Caribbean Sea. 100 miles north of Trinidad and that South American mainland. Got some beautiful beaches. You can enjoy the flora and the fauna too on the island. Very volcanic in nature. Lots of peaks and sights. Single nice rotation of strike from Roston Chase, not allowing Pat Cummins to settle.
Didn't see themselves on the big screen. I think actually the West Indies now have done quite well, Darren. 92 for 3, so like the Australians, they've kept the scoreboard ticking. And I mentioned too that I think the ideal batting conditions for the West Indies are going to come after lunch. In between lunch and tea, much like yesterday for the Australians, who scored 116 for 1. So they really accelerated through that middle session, only lost 1 wicket.
Look, Bluey and Viewers, if you compare the batting between Australia and the West Indies, you'll know that it's the number 5 to number 7. That is the real difference between both sides. We did assess the top 4, and that contribution for both teams very similar, 13 and 14 respectively. When you look at the output of runs beyond number 4 for Australia, that's been their most productive. Think of Travis Head, Alex Carey, Bo Webster. Those are the batters who've scored the bulk of the runs in this series. And if you compare that to the West Indians, Roston Chase, Shea Hope, Justin Graves, they've just not lived up to expectations in terms of run scoring in this series. And that's been the real difference between both sides from a batting point of view. Oh, that's painful. Good commitment shown by King. 92 for 3. Extra bounce on that occasion. King still committed on the front foot. Evidence of what I spoke about in the last over. Middle order batting comparisons, Australia averaging 46, the West Indies 28. That's been the engine room for run scoring for the Australians. Can the West Indians match that type of effort in this innings? Have to contend with Nathan Lyon for the first time in this innings.
Yeah, and just to finish off that point about the middle orders of both sides, and Webster and Carey got all the credit yesterday, which they should have, but I thought Travis Head's 29 in the context of yesterday was just as important. He came out when the ball was still moving around, and I think he's batting as well as he ever has at the moment, and he really settled things down. And settled the dressing room down.
Catch it!
Hey, look at that graphic again. You see 6 half centuries from those batters from Australia. West Indians still searching for someone to go big. And usually expect the ball to be older, the conditions to be more batter friendly, bowlers to be wary. That's when you have to cash in as a batter, as they say.
Oh, catch!
Chipped just short of mid-on. King getting himself in a little bit of a flutter on that occasion.
Catch it! Oh!
Lyon causing a few problems. 93 for 3.
That'll give the Australians some encouragement. Spin into the attack and straight away. Almost a couple of opportunities for the Australians in that over. Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins. Probably Cummins for me, pick of the bowlers. Webster doing a good job too.
Five bowlers used so far by the Australians. Not afraid to get spinning before the lunch interval. Australia batted 66.5 overs in the first innings of this test. West Indies just going past 26 overs. I know for a lot of coaches and a lot of players, they also focus on time spent out in the middle to get the type of target required. I don't know about you, but in our time playing test match cricket, as a team you wanted to bat 5 sessions, 6 sessions to take control of a test match.
Yeah, especially in the first innings. Generally, yeah, that was the goal. Yeah, but can they get through unscathed? I think that Pat Cummins has brought himself back into the attack. It's going to be touch and go whether this will be the last over before lunch. Nathan Lyon looked challenging. Josh Hazelwood, just the 3 overs. And Pat Cummins back into the attack, see if he can get the breakthrough.
Just a reminder, in that first session on day 1, at lunch, the score was 93 for 4. At the moment, it's 94 for 3. The 27th over of this second innings. So you can say the West Indian batters a little more superior. King moving into the 30s in Test match cricket for the first time. Clipped away. Beautifully played. That's Roston Chase pouncing on an errant delivery. 101 for 3.
Oh, have a bit of that. There's the 100 up for the West Indies, and it's coming great style. Came out of nowhere, really. Just picked it up early, knew that it was going down leg. Really nice hands through the ball, good power.
It should be the last over before the lunch interval. There is a leg slip, a short leg. Man at first slip.
Catch it.
And King goes straight. Slightly over pitch delivery from Lyon. And he helps himself to 4.
not too phased that it's the last over before lunch. He's still happy to play his shots if the ball's in his zone. Probably thinking if it's a bullish delivery from Nathan Lyon with the field up, then he's going to take him on.
Yeah, look at that delivery. There was a little more loop. An offer from Lyon, just trying to entice that aggressive stroke. Force an error.
Oh.
We haven't seen significant turn on offer from this surface just yet. Maybe with the wearing, that will increase as we go deeper into this test match. Changing the angle now, round the wicket.
Oh,
And he sweeps well, King. So that's another boundary in the over. Runs coming easily for the West Indies.
Yeah, great momentum going into the break. This will do these two the world of good, but also the rest of the dressing room to come.
Stoic in defense. It's one delivery remaining in this session. And Brandon King go to lunch unbeaten. He's on 38 from 58.
Oh!
And he squeezes that one out for a single. So that's the end of the first session. The West Indies will feel comfortable that Brandon King and Roston Chase are still there. Their partnership 46, restoring some pride to that West Indian innings after 3 wickets have fallen. And you can see a good session for the West Indies. 110 runs, just below 4 runs per over. Two of the more senior batters unbeaten at the crease. Now, Craig Brathwaite wouldn't like the result that he got in the first innings. He was dismissed without scoring. John Campbell looked so good in his ultra-attacking style. Got to 40 and then gifted his wicket away. Casey Carti felt a brilliant catch from Pat Cummins. And Australia, they rely a lot on these 5 bowlers to continue wicket taking. A wicket apiece for Hazelwood, Cummins and Webster. So look at where the test match sits. The West Indies still trailing by 176 runs. With 7 wickets in hand, they'll feel that they'll go into lunch feeling comfortable and then have the opportunity to prep themselves for that post-lunch session. But now we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll have some analysis.
Grey skies have given way to lovely sunshine here in Grenada, and at lunch on day 2, Australia, after being bowled out for 286 yesterday, have seen the West Indies progress to 110 for 3 with Roston Chase and Brandon King at the crease. West Indies, though, still trailing by 176. If I didn't leave my dancing shoes at home, I would probably be wailing to the music blaring out here. Don't laugh, Carlos Brathwaite and Greg Blewett. No one has ever seen that bish on the dance floor. But the batters have been doing some decent work, Greg Blewett. If I ask you first, with only 3 wickets down, how do you weigh that session?
I'd probably have the West Indies maybe just in front, Bish. I thought they did really well. They lost a really early wicket, and probably a lot of the spectators here were thinking, oh no, mate, here we go again. We're going to see a West Indian collapse. But they got some really good momentum going into that lunch break. So 110 for 3, scoring at a really good clip. I think the batting conditions in between lunch and tea should be even better. So right now, they're in a reasonable position.
And Carlos, you've spoken eloquently about batters needing to step up. How did you see it?
I really enjoyed Roston Chase and Brandon King, this partnership. I love how John Campbell went about his business until he got out. And for him, it's just, as you mentioned on here, doing what you're doing now, but for longer periods and more consistently. He should not be happy with 40.
Let's have a look then, Carlos and Greg, at those wickets as they fell, and you guys bounce off of this for me.
Yeah, Craig was the first to go, and a really early breakthrough just in the second over, looking to drive through the offside, hit high on the bat. Pretty good catch too from Josh Hazlewood. So right then, Carlos will maybe thinking, oh, it might be Australia's morning, a bit of a collapse happening, things going the Australians' way, but then there was a little fight back.
Yeah, and then Casey Carti. Firstly, exceptional catch from Pat Cummins, but I just have a little bit of concern about the white ball players and how hard their hands are for so many inside edges. If you think back to Barbados, how many inside edges onto the pad, whether caught by the bowler, caught at gully, or caught at short leg. And then this is the dismissal we were talking about. Bo Webster can bore you into oblivion, and this was a disappointing shot from John Campbell. On air, we spoke about how he walked down to get ahead of the bowlers and be proactive, and on one occasion he walked down and he left alone because it wasn't there. That ball was not there for that shot either. And if you think of that shot as a shot that you use the pace of the bowler, Bo Webster's the slowest, bar Nathan Lyon, of all the Aussie seamers. So to play that shot, it reeks of boredom, and that is not a sign that you want as a test player. You want to be able to score hundreds, and he has now, I think there's a stat of him getting to 20, but not getting past 50 or more than 3 occasions, but past 20 times in test cricket. So it's something he has to work on. I like what I saw from him, but he has to do it for longer.
And we appreciate you not feeling at the peak of health, but you're fighting. You are fighting as the West Indies are. His room is very close to mine, so I sort of kept him up too late at night. But let's talk about the other Brathwaite, and you had some insight into his dismissal.
Yeah, Craig Brathwaite, when I see Craig bat well, he's never swashbuckling, and he never would be. But he gets his weight into the ball nicely, and I just felt as though over these 2 test matches, he hasn't been quite getting his weight into the ball, and as a result of that, he's been playing out in front of him. So the foot has made inroads to intercept the ball, but not his head. If you look at Roston Chase, it's the opposite. Roston Chase head goes towards the ball, and as a result, he knows he can play under the eyes and play late. For Craig Brathwaite, his foot went, and if your foot go and your head go back, you all of a sudden feel as though you have to catch up with it. So, I mean, it's hard to tell someone something technical after 100 tests, but for him, I think that is something for him to look at. When he's batting well, his weight goes through the ball, whether in the drive or the cut or the pull. And when he's not batting as well as he wants, sometimes you can find his head leaning back and his weight not going into the ball. So just something for him and Floyd Reefer to have a look at.
A positive, one of the other positives for the West Indies has been Brandon King this morning. I really appreciated how he defended, how he absorbed pressure.
I actually thought he looked as good as anyone in the first innings in Barbados as well, so he's showing some good signs. He looked like he was troubled a little bit on occasions with the ball just coming back in with that short leg in place, but then as soon as he got a little bit of width, he's looking to score, and so he's keeping the Australian bowlers accountable for the line and length that they're bowling. So, yeah, he's shown a little bit of promise, I think, Bish, in both the test matches now, some decent contributions. And as I said, as soon as he gets a bit of width outside off stump, bang, he's onto it.
Oh, big thanks to those two, but we will revisit after the short break a historic moment from 2003. On the way to that, we will have a reminder of that great day at the Antigua Recreation Ground, that historic 418 run chase, a record run chase by the West Indies against Australia. And we love to say that after the short break, we will revisit some of the action and the highlights that gave us those scenes at the Antigua Recreation Ground.
This is the fourth morning of the fourth cable and wireless test match between the West Indies and Australia. The West Indies would set a world record if they can chase the 418 runs to win. They've lost no wickets so far. The West Indies now need 371 more runs to win. And there they are, coming out after facing some hostile bowling last night from the three Australian quicks in fading light. And gone. Bad shot by Gale. He's hit it straight to mid-on. He tried the shot earlier, and he goes without adding to his overnight score, and that's an early breakthrough for Australia.
He was so reluctant yesterday to play this shot, left him alone, and now here this morning fancied his chances, never really got onto one, and then that one there just popped it straight to mid-on.
Well bowled and gone. So 2 wickets going very early on, and once again Gillespie gets Smith. He's troubled him throughout the series so far. He's taken his wicket several times and does so again to a catch at the wicket.
Another short ball there. Could have left that one alone, had to spar at that one. I think it actually exploded a little bit off the pitch there.
So in comes Brian Lara, the West Indies captain now, with his team having had their 2 openers dislodged very quickly this morning.
Lovely shot. He does play that shot well. A small man and comes up to waist height, but he's able to get up on his toes and slash it past the point. He does that very, very well. It's one of his favourite shots, and he hits it well.
The balance was good to play this. Was in the air for some time.
Lovely shot again. Probably a better shot than the first one. More of a genuine cut shot.
Well, that found the gap. No ball was the call, though, from umpire Ben Kataragaban. That's well bowled, and he's gone. In swinging Yorker. Plumb in front.
In swinging Yorker from Glenn McGrath. Traps Darren Ganga right in front of off stump, hitting middle stump. No doubt about that. Superb piece of bowling from Glenn McGrath. David Shepherd agrees with Glenn McGrath's appeal there.
That's gone straight down the ground. Got to the pitch and lofted it right over the fence, Brian Lara. Well, there's no fielder down there. Any of them take that catch, it's still 6. That's gone even further. I hope those cars are well insured. That has brought up Brian Lara's half century.
Bowled him. Went to hit him for another 6. Lara's got his middle stump knocked back by McGill. That's the big breakthrough for Australia. And Stuart McGill has got his revenge as Lara went for another big one and missed.
Just watch this. Spun it beautifully, dropped short of him there, back through the gate. Boom, it's just got the top of that stump too, but Stuart McGill, he's got his revenge. Look at it there from front on, beautiful delivery there. Not what you'd call a very good shot from Brian Lara. Wrong one to go for. Huge wicket for the Aussies. 165 for 4.
More runs. And he's gone away. Darren Lehman, too slow once again. 50 for Ramnur Sawan. 16th half century in Test match cricket.
Beat him. Gone through again. Full toss. That will go all the way as well. This is proving to be a very expensive over.
Long hop, put away for 4. He just had so much time. Lovely shot, magnificent shot. And on drive, that's one of the prettiest shots in the game and prettily played. Pulled away, first ball from Gillespie. Raises a 100 partnership between these two. Bad delivery and put away by Chandapal. He's pulled that away, and that'll go for 4 more. That's his 50. Ramnur Sawan has come back with injured finger and all and got a very good half century.
100. What a moment for Ramnur Sawan. He has put up with it all. He has scored 100 against the best side in the world, the best bowling attack in world cricket. He'll get the applause from the Australians as well, so very good of the Australians. There's been a lot of verbal stuff between both sides, but acknowledgement from everybody. Curtly Ambrose.
Just digging it out. But Simon's first appearance, he's lived with them since he was a young boy. they live in Australia. A few words now. Yeah. Well, we've had a few words in this match already. Venkatragoan comes up to have a word with the two of them. 2:36 for 4.
So a lot to play for both sides. He slashed it over the top of gully. 2 bounces into the fence, 4. He's gone again, it's in the air, and that's a bad shot, and Lee's got him. Lee and McGrath must have worked it out, because Lee's gone straight to McGrath and said, thank you very much, Glenn. So they set it up, and on 105, we made the point. Shot selection was the most important issue, and he's made a poor shot selection. The hook shots brought him undone yet again.
That's right. And a little bit of ambivalence, simply because he played a great innings. But the hook shot is not his forte, it's not his strength. Played one to get to 99, and Lee accepts it gleefully. Finally a cotton bolt for Brett Lee as well. Australia back in the hunt. Doors are open once again. Ramner Sawan, well played, 105, 288 for 5.
And the brand new ball, and he's hit it. He hit his arm. Where's it hit? Where's it hit? David Shepherd's. They're asking him, he's out. Brett Lee's on a hat-trick. Lee charged in, and really Jacobs couldn't cope with the pace. We saw him get tangled up in the first innings with shortish deliveries, and he has done exactly the same in the second. So Australia have just turned the wheel back into them.
1 brings 2. Ridley Jacobs is not convinced. Let's have a look at what this hits. Nowhere near the glove, nowhere near the bat. Off the elbow of Ridley Jacobs. Not a good decision by umpire Shepherd. Jacobs cannot believe it. He's gone for naught. 288 for 6.
A pretty good situation here with bottles being thrown on the ground. The crowd have seen the replay. We have another similar situation that we've had before, where technology has to be addressed. We spent over a minute worrying about a single run when Justin Langer went to the boundary to stop a boundary. We use technology for a single run, but we can't use technology to show what a decision that was from David Shepherd, where quite clearly he missed the ball, hit him on the arm, and yet the lack of technology creates more drama than using it. Most players, and admiration has to go to Jacobs here, most players would have rubbed their arm instantly, but Jacobs was prepared to stand there and accept the umpire's decision. And that is another situation that's been created by allowing players to rub their arm, to show their bat, to show their pad, and we just allow it to happen. And what happens at some stage, it gets to this situation where a player does the absolute right thing. He gets screwed by a bad decision. That's fine, that part's fine, but it just, the emotion takes over, the lack of technology is there, and Mike Proctor is the match referee. He is going to have to get some more ink for his pen. He's got a lot of work to do. So Lee, the chance for an Australian hat-trick. 3 steps in the gully, bat pad. He punches it past. Bickle will do the chasing. They'll get a couple of runs. And they'll look for 3 to get Shandable back on strike, but unable to.
Overslip, just evading the gully. That will go to the boundary.
Always a chance with the second new ball that one might lift. Mari Banks didn't know much about that one from Jason Gillespie, but fortunately the pace of the delivery and the shoulder of the bat meant that the ball carried safely over Andy Bickle's outstretched hands.
He's played the hook shot, and it's gone all the way for 6. He got into position early, and he's caught, but that doesn't count, because his man is over the fence.
Second new ball coming off the bat with some velocity.
Straight on drive for 4. 14 runs from the Gillespie over.
Over the top. That should go a long way towards the boundary. Brett Lee is quick, but he's not that quick. Well, that has beat everyone again. We'll have to wait on umpire Shepherd to see what this is. Buys is the signal from umpire Shepherd. Full toss again. Didn't quite get hold of it, Shinarayan Chandapal, but it may go all the way. It still goes all the way.
Bad delivery from McGill.
Pulled that very hard as well, Chandapal. Another boundary. Moves on to 98 with that shot, Shivnarayan Chandapal. Stuart McGill, the bowler. That's his 100.
Well, there it is. The crowd erupts. Massey's wife, happy as Larry, and everybody here in this crowd, the Australians, all the locals, absolutely enthralled with today's cricket. Chandapal, he just snuck up on this 100. Sarwan was in there this afternoon, blazing away. Chandapal was the quiet achiever, and then he took over from that role, and this has been a top 100 from him. That's his 8th Test century so far, and a very, very important one.
That's powerfully hit. That's 4.
Gone, Chandapal goes. Big breakthrough for Australia. Is that the match? Chandapal has added 1 wonderful innings yesterday, ended today with the addition of only 1 run. Gilchrist takes the catch, thick edge. Glum faces for West Indians, but it isn't over yet. It's 372 for 7.
Certainly has just moved off the pitch a little. Good low-down catch there from Gilchrist. Now that's a huge wicket for the Aussies. He's the man they wanted to remove. It's going to be difficult now for the West Indies. A lot of pressure on the tail. 372 for 7.
Flicked away. There are 2 men there, but it may go between the 2 of them. It has. The first boundary of the morning between Gillespie and McGill.
The extra piece of Brathwaite bisecting the 2 fielders on the leg side. This is all he's got to wait for. This is a strong area.
Slashed away again. It's going through the covers. Will it get to the fence? It will. 4 runs.
Super shot from Omari Banks. Staying within his positive stroke play. First boundary of the morning for him.
Cut shot past the man at Gully and Hayden. Did he get a hand to it? Will it go for 4? It's being pursued vigorously. 4 runs. It went quite sharply past Hayden's right-hand side. And I think the ball had actually gone past him before he actually closed his hands. So not a chance, but an invaluable boundary down to 23.
He went hard, and it flew off.
He's gone for it. The man's up. Will it go for 6? Will it go for 6? Yes, it will. The top of the grandstand.
He's been very, very positive in this innings. This is huge.
4 runs over the top of the stumps. 4 runs down to 10 runs to win, 12 runs to win.
Fred Scott, maybe this is a shot that just takes all the wind out of the sails of the Australians.
And that might be leg by, but it's going a long way. We'll wait on umpire Shepherd. It gets to the boundary now. It's runs. 4 more runs to Omari Banks. That moves him on to 46, and the West Indies creep yet closer. A handful of runs required.
Raced away fine down to fine leg. There's no one there. West Indies.
Big shout again, but not interested is David Shepherd. He wasn't interested earlier on. I don't really see him changing his mind. Full toss. Didn't quite get hold of it, Omari Banks. Just a single. Now just a boundary required by the West Indies. Spear a thought from Mervyn Dillon in the dressing room. He's next in. That's powerfully hit, and that's it. The West Indies have won. Basper Drakes has hit the winning run, and what a win for the West Indies. Set a target of 418. A world record victory, this by the West Indies. The biggest total ever chased in the 4th innings to achieve victory. Brian Lara is happy. The West Indies are very happy. And why shouldn't they be? It's a magnificent victory.
And done without Brian Lara's great contribution. He made 60, very important 60, but he was out a long, long time ago. And with all the drama that occurred yesterday, all the confrontation, there's great spirit between these two sides. And what a moment for Test cricket. 1948, 1976 and 2003. The only 3 occasions that a side has chased 400 in the last innings and won a Test match. And what a moment for West Indian cricket.
This is what Test cricket's all about. When you play the game, you dream of being involved in these sorts of games. Spectators dream of their country winning these sorts of games. Vasma Drake's Murray Banks, the tender age of 20, has steered the West Indies to one of the greatest victories in Test cricket.
And the last ball of the game, cut shot for 4, and the historic moment was there. Great history between these two sides, Michael, isn't there? Close matches. We had the first tie way back in 1960. Other close matches in that series. A couple of 1-run victories, and now a 418 chase and a 3-wicket victory to the West Indies. Some close matches, some great history between the sides, and the moment when the ball hit the fence and the West Indies have won.
That was a fantastic moment for the fellas in the dressing room. Of course, they had absolutely no control over what was happening out in the middle of the field. They were just there sitting, waiting, hoping. Mervyn Dillon and Brian Lara, well, don't squeeze each other to death. There's still cricket to be played. And a good hug also for Amari Banks. What an innings the young man played. Just 20 years old. Fantastic knock by him.
Look at that man on screen. Hasn't he got a big smile on his face? Wes Hall.
What a Test match. First innings even. Australia 240, West Indies replying with 240. Then the Australian batsmen applied themselves a bit better on a very good pitch. Amassed 417. At one point it seemed that they could have gotten over 500. But the West Indies fought back with the bowlers and also fought very well with the batting. 418 for 7. What a fantastic victory by the West Indies.
Welcome back to the wonderful island of Grenada, where the West Indies and Australia continue their battle on the second day of their second test. Bright sunshine and a reminder of the action, Stacey Ann King alongside me, that took place in the morning session.
Yeah, pretty good start for the Australians. Picking up Craig Brathwaite for naught on his 100th test. Yeah, fortuitous boundaries as well. Yeah, from John Campbell. Yeah, they picked up on those over-pitched deliveries from the Australians. This was an amazing catch. Top-class fielding. Golden caught, and of course a few deliveries that were nicked off for boundaries. And take nothing away from the aggression shown from the Australians in that phase. Gifting his wicket, John Campbell, to the Australians after a very good start of 40. But it was Brandon King and Ruston Chase who has really put on some valuable runs for the West Indians. 46 from 76 this partnership is presently worth. Yeah, just like the fact that he's played, just taking his time. He hasn't forced the issue. He knows where his strengths are. More work to do.
Welcome back to everyone to the island of Grenada and the Grenada National Cricket Stadium. West Indies 110-3 out of that first session, still trailing by 176. But that 46-run partnership between King and Chase has been instructive and wonderful to watch, but there is still a lot more work to do. As the sun beats down here, and Australia would have gone in, reassessed. The ball is now 28 overs old, Stacey Ann King. So as we project to this session, you said you enjoyed what Brandon King did. What must he in particular continue to do?
I thought what he did well was defend those deliveries that are on his wicket, that are on the stumps. And anything that he was given with, he was able to pounce on. He was able to score off those deliveries. So being patient. 59 balls he has faced. So a patient innings from him, exactly what is needed for West Indies. A bit of grit and resistance. We all know the Australians in this short break, they go back to their plans. They go back to those areas that they've been really good at so far to pick up those 3 wickets. 43 dot balls. Ruston Chase now getting on with things. He's on 16 from 37.
They don't pay this drone enough, to be honest, to be bringing us these quality shots. The Darbo Hills, the River End. And Josh Hazelwood starting things off after lunch. Good indication of how straight they will bowl to these 2 West Indian batters. Is the leg side field with a short leg, mid-on, square leg and fine leg. Like you, I love the way Brandon King has defended the ball very solidly up to now. deep point in place. Deep point offers him that easy single. So just a review of what I loved and Stacey Ann King has liked about Brandon King is just his ability. They bowled straight deliberately at him. Off the front and back foot, he's lined it up and he's waited until they have gone wide into his strength where he would throw the bat at it. That is test match batting of a good quality. But I keep saying, Stacey Ann King, and you know this better than most, doing the right things for longer. 30, 40 is not enough.
And it's something we saw with John Campbell. He got out on 40, but did all the hard work, opened the batting, was able to maneuver these Australian seamers, and then just gave it away. So for King, I think that's his challenge right now. That's the challenge for him and Chase. How do they build on what they've already done in the morning session? The ball is older, 29 overs older, so it's a bit softer as well.
Question asked, is their bat involved? Question asked, is their bat involved? Carey has his arms spread. Cummins will run into the group. And they go for it.
Third umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision not out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision piece. Okay, ball looks to miss the bat. Can we have ultra please? There seems to be a gap between bat and ball. Yes, gap between bat and ball. Yes, clear gap between bat and ball. Can we go to ball tracking, please? Pitching outside off, impact in line, wickets hitting. Thank you. I'll go back to Adrian on field. Adrian, you need to change your decision. You are on screen now. You can signal out.
Yeah, decision overturned. Ruston Chase has to depart. He goes for 16. West Indies lost their 4th on Nelson.
Immediately after lunch, Josh Hazlewood, who has a phenomenal bowling average against the West Indies, gets a wicket and it draws Shea Hope to the crease. They are unrelenting, this bowling attack.
And didn't quite get that stride out. They reviewed the decision and they knew it would have been close. He himself knew that he didn't get any bat on that, so it would have been a close one. Ruston Chase now brings Shea Hope out to the middle.
Clear plan, isn't it, Stacey Ann King? Clear plan of how they will try to bowl well. Certainly the two right-arm seamers outside of Bo Webster will look to bowl mostly into the stumps to the West Indian batters. There's a pattern to Ruston Chase's dismissals this series. Just nipping the ball back. And here's kind of a unique seam position, Josh Hazelwood. It kind of lays off. Now look at Ruston Chase. Now that was controversial in the first innings in Barbados. And then inside edge, nipping the ball back at him, second innings in Barbados. And then today. So how do you then counter that plan? You know how they're coming at you. One for 4.
Australian supporters in their numbers, Grenadian supporters as well. There's quite a few looking on in the US. Hello and welcome to everyone.
Pat Cummins' dad in the blue t-shirt and blue cap has made his way to the Caribbean amongst one of the touring groups. And he's very proud of it. He would have been very proud of his son regardless, but I'm sure he's even more proud of his leadership ability, Stacey, at this level. Staying Bo Webster, he's got the ball to wobble about to start with Hazelwood. Like watching how the ball goes down towards the batter, the seam position. And when I talk about his seam position, it's a little bit laid off, isn't it? Stacey Ann knows this. So that's how I would keep my seam position upright as it went down. Upright. Josh Hazelwood is just a little bit laid off as it goes down, and then it hits and it darts in. Occasionally he might stand it up a bit and get it to nip away from or swing away from the right-handed batter. I think it's partly because sometimes his bowling arm can be a little bit lower than right over the top, and then sometimes the wrist is what I call laid off. So instead of being that nice upright wrist, it's sort of sometimes just laid off to the right, canted a little bit, and so the seam position allows it to nip back.
All traits that as a seam bowler have worked on throughout your career, throughout my career, throughout their careers. Remember, I just angle most times and just use possibly the seam positioning to try and get the movement, especially as a left-handed bowler bowling at the right-handed batters. What I like about Webster is that he's not as quick as the others. Was a part-time spinner, Webster. He made his way into a medium pacer for Australia, and he's done quite well.
Okay, good. Nice. Huh? Well, good afternoon, brother. My heart hurt me a little this afternoon with the 4th wicket, but I'll never give them up.
That's a good comparison there, actually, and I don't know if that was meant to be the one that goes away. Jason Gillespie, top and right there, phenomenal bowler for Australia over the course of his career. A more upright seam position from Bo Webster. So that gives our guys downstairs. Make a split screen, fellas. 1-1-1 for 4.
Beautiful Grenada. The plan is clear, to bowl that straighter line. She hope replaced Ruston Chase, is still on naught. So attacking him on the stumps, wicket to wicket, because of the field set as well. 3 slips, a gully, and that short catcher. And it's a good tactic from the Australians because they know that this West Indies team is they are a white ball team in terms of they love to feel bat on ball. So bowl straighter, bowl stump to stump, force them to want to play those shots, lure them into playing those shots in order to pick up wickets, and they've been successful with that.
Now, is that the other one? Is that the other one where it just, instead of nipping in, hits the pitch and just hold its line? Let's have a look. Yep, little wobble on the seam, but the seam position, Stacey, is canted, and that is straight.
Yeah, a peach of a delivery. Possibly wondering why or how did that miss? And she hope on the other end, possibly thinking if another delivery like that is going to come at him.
They keep coming, and you have to be able to judge the ball, its length and line well, leave well, and then can you attack? Can you attack those that are marginally off, or even the good length delivery? Back-to-back maiden overs on the cusp. One from Webster, and maybe this one from Hazelwood. Sometimes I have to laugh at myself. Lovely shot though from a Shea Hope. Not back-to-back maiden overs. 1-1-5 for 4.
He gets off the mark, Shea Hope. After 8 deliveries, and they're punched into the offside.
West Indies trail by 171. Webster with a deep point to Brandon King.
You look at the speeds of Webster. He's within the 124, 127 kilometers per hour. So not one of the quicker bowlers, but consistent. His fastest delivery 128.8 and his slowest 122. Which means that batters, they have to wait just a bit longer, because that's how we got John Campbell out. Campbell was just playing for a bit more pace on that delivery and just scooted.
Shehope well out of his crease.
It's something I don't mind seeing from the West Indian batters. It just helps the batter to negate the swing. Sometimes you'd see them bat out of the crease or deeper in the crease.
Yes, Stacey, and that's instructive, folks. I just want, if nothing happens here, I want you to lock in on this. I talked yesterday about scoring off length, not just waiting for half volleys. Boundary of the last ball of the previous over, almost smack in the middle of a good length, right? And we showed you some numbers yesterday about how England have been scoring mostly.
All right.
116 for 4. And this is the graphic here that we've shown you since 2023. England have scored a highest sort of average of good length and line deliveries. Australia have shown a weakness in that area. West Indies absolutely down the bottom of the pile. So I'm thinking, and the numbers are self-explanatory, basically. So England's batting, think of their team and their performance, whatever you like, but they're scoring off more good length deliveries than any other team in the world. West Indies, the least. Maybe deliveries like that. Not just talking boundaries, but nudging the good length into gaps, rotating strike. You cannot, Stacey, and I don't think, sit back against this bowling attack and say, I'm going to wait. There'll be few and far between. I'm not saying take stupid risks. I think it's where Harry Brook and Jamie Smith, who scored hundreds today against India, it's where Ben Duckett has become so good on flat pitches, I emphasize.
It's also a point that you raised in the morning session about rotation of strike, not necessarily boundary hitting, but just the rotation of strike, so that the bowlers don't get too accustomed bowling at one batter. Because something we noticed in the previous over, Sheho bats out of his crease, whilst Brandon King bats on top of his crease as well. So the adjustment and then the height of players, their contact point, will also be important to the rotation.
Unofficially, we have a 12th fielder. More protection of deep extra cover. Wants a piece of the action. And the drone is after him. Looks like he wants to go down to long on. Long on is a good position for me. He says, oops, there we go. He's gone. I think, Stacey, to your point, deliveries like these, right? As a bowler myself, a former bowler myself, and you can be a witness to this, what I wanted to do was to bowl 4 or 5 deliveries at a particular batsman. And I wanted to examine a weakness in his technique. For example, so Josh Hazelwood may say, let me nip 2 or 3 or 4 back at him. And I may stretch this out over 2 or 3 overs. Nip it back, nip it back. That's good. Again. 48 to Brandon King. On the cusp of a maiden test match half-century.
This is an excellent shot. He pulled, waited, he sat back and pulled for 6. He's now put the pressure on Hazelwood, previously bowled a few maiden overs and he's already gone for 8 here, so asking him to do something different.
Yeah, and just to finish that for our young cricketers, and then I'd probably say, okay, having kept him inside the stumps, just incrementally then go wider, get him feeling for it outside off stump, or go the opposite way. Outside off stump, draw the head across, draw the feet across, and then nip it back. So test match cricket, as you said, Stacey Ann, is about trying to build up a sequence of delivery at one batter. If you can disrupt that, which you did during your career, then the bowler has to work harder. Very solid defense from Brandon King. 1, 2, 4 for 4. Don't do this to us. Seriously, these shots, I'm getting messages from people far, far away saying, we want to come to Grenada. It looks too luscious. St. George's, the capital. We've got the fort up on the hill. The Carnage. Stacey Ann. This is one of Stacey Ann's favorite parts of the Caribbean chain. It is a beautiful place, the Carnage. Then you go up to the fort, Grenada's beach. Oh my goodness. Guave into the countryside and the west coast where Karani James is from.
As well as you'd know, Bish, the produce from Grenada, sour subs, nutmegs, mangoes. It actually sent me to do a bit of research on the flag, because on their national flag there's a nutmeg just right on the flag line.
Of course, in 2004, Hurricane Ivan decimated a lot of the spice production and that agricultural production that you talked about. Grenada took a while to recover, but thank goodness they have. That's from another place, PJ. There's a difference between local and imported.
Yeah, but just the end, nutmeg is a key agricultural product here in Grenada. It have been known as the spice isle for a long time due to its production of nutmeg.
Also, you go through the Caribbean, you'll see the coconut production in several of the territories prevailing. Eyes and Brandon King. Just love the way so far that he's defended the ball. We talk a lot about whether they come in and they play white ball cricket. To me, and this is only for Ian Bishop, that to me is not at the top of the totem pole. How can I defend and show patience and character in creating opportunities for my scoring shots? That has impressed me so far. Very good from Bo Webster. 1-2-5 for 4.
No wickets just yet for Mitchell Stark. A couple for Hazelwood, always amongst the wickets. Speaking of Mitchell Stark, he comes into the attack. And look at that group. Cummins, Stark and Hazelwood. Number of test match wickets between them. 3 of them plotting together to find another. The experience that these guys have, the knowledge and the expertise. She hope will be looking very closely at what their plans are. Yeah, there's that variability again. Ball keeping low. We saw some deliveries from Hazelwood, I think it was, against Brandon King that just kicked from a similar length. Look at that one. Good afternoon, Carlos.
Afternoon, Badri. Shea-Hope and jumping. Just looking at Brandon King and how resolute he is in defence. Good head position, allowing the ball to come full face of the bat. And then just a ball or so go. Shea Hope on a similar line, just jumping.
We are eating Grenada's national dish, all dung, and the meat come from Carti, Campbell, Matnik. We are here supporting West Indies cricket 365 days a year. We here, we outside. Out is out. Come on, man, let me show them now. Heavy on the pigtail. Nice. And that is what
Heavy on the
West Indies will for lunch.
Just love it. Yeah, that's gone for 4. It will be a maiden test half-century for Brandon King. The first by a West Indian in this series, and only his second test match. Applauded by his coach and his teammates and everyone around. A milestone moment for King.
I've enjoyed watching Brandon King so much in this innings. He's been so determined. Anything straight, he's blocked it, kept it out. And he's slithered with. He's absolutely thrown the bat at it.
Able to find the edge a couple times. That one that went to the boundary was perilously close to the fielder. And then again, it's maybe signs that the pace on the pitch is dying, because he went quite hard at that one and it still fell short. Carlos, you played with Brandon King for a long time. You've seen him come through. In terms of his setup and the way we've seen him play, I'll ask you that in the next over, actually, about Brandon King and what are his prospects in this format. It really does seem quite compact and solid. Excellent bit of fielding. Constas that time. 130 for 4. Graves and then the bowlers, they can all contribute with the bat, every one of them. Only 35 overs though they've batted so far, so it's a long way away from what they want to. A little bit tentative there, Shea Hope. This is concentration has been exemplary. Yeah, look how far that bat is away from the body, and he's not even looking to attack. So it's really a defensive prod to a delivery he can so easily leave alone. First half century of this series, Carlos, to the debutant in this series.
Yeah, Brandon King mentioned resolute in defence. and elegant in his stroke play. Anything slightly wide, he ducked to tongue over before lunch, a few boundaries off Nathan Lyon, and smiles abound.
Deliberate from Hope. We've seen that from him in white ball cricket with fluency.
Not many more elegant players in world cricket, whether through the field or over it, than Shea Hope.
Just to have a look at that previous four, just see how that back knee collapses, and quite deliberately look at the back foot and that knee, how it gets down so that he can get the elevation to go over the top. Quite deliberate from Shea Hope. There was no effort to hit that ball on the ground. And that is a typical white ball stroke. Speaking about white ball cricket, Shea Hope has been so prolific in one-day international. He is, remember folks, the white ball captain of the West Indies one-day internationals and T20. 17 centuries in one-day international. Look at the average. I was looking around at a few players who have played multiple formats before. What a delivery to end the over. I'll get back to that point. 136 for 4.
Webster again, just enough movement, keeping the keeper on the slips interested. He would not mind the over cover drive early in the over, as long as driving Shea Hope to play at those balls outside of off stump.
This island, the Spice Isle, so much to admire about it. Stark continues. I was just looking at a few random statistics, Carlos, and of some of the players who have gone by, and it's sort of rare to find a batter whose ODI average is better than his test average. You usually find it the other way around, because you have so much more time in test match cricket. I suppose you can really construct an innings. Shea Hope on the other side, his test average is more or less half his one-day international average. I know Virat Kohli stands out in that regard, where his ODI average is higher than his test average. Huge shout chance at the non-striker's end. Yeah, they considered the review momentarily, but going down the leg side, so they've decided against it.
Yeah, this straight attack again. That one definitely too straight, and with the angle of start, never in danger of LBW, and good throw and finish. But good call from Brandon King. Good early call to send back Shea Hope. And we saw the stroke play from Brandon King, but it was built off a quite solid foundation. We understand he's been doing some work in the nets with batting coach Floyd Reefer on a balanced beam, just trying to keep his feet together, be getting his head and his weight into the ball to be able to block out the ones that are straight and allow him to flourish on the ones that are outside of off stump. And that's called understanding a game, working toward your strengths. I think we look at John Campbell and, you know, we talk about his want to play outside the off stump, and that's fine. There have been opening batters that would have had a nice little flourish outside the off stump, but it's what you do before and after those flourishing deliveries or flourishing shots. And what Brandon King has been able to do is set his stall out, solid foundation, and he's realized that the ball nipping back is a problem. He's been really solid in defense. That balance beam work really going back to grassroots. Back to grassroots cricket on a balance beam, and for any young player, that's something you can do at home. You get a big piece of wood and you stand on it and you try to come forward and play a forward defense. You try to get your head and your weight into the delivery, back yourself to get your back just in front, your back pad, your front pad. And there's a difference knowing as a bowler, and Badger, you could agree or disagree with this, as a bowler, when you see a batter defend or leave a ball with consummate ease, it gives off a different level of control and dominance, same as a flourishing shot. Single by Shea Hope to finish the over. West Indies 138-4.
Such a wonderful facility here in Grenada, and if you look to the right and just behind the stand towards the right portion of the screen, that's the Kirani James complex, former Olympian. Nathan Lyon into the attack. Can he extract out of this surface? He has a long one in position. Silly Madone. A slip and a leg slip coming into position as well. So on the attack, the Australians.
Yeah, the next challenge for Brandon King is, can you go on? He's had a couple starts in the series, but that made him 50. But the next ball, he went outside of his box. Edged it to gully. It dropped short, however. But the challenge is, can you go on? 50s don't win you test matches. Kind of hypocritical after Travis Head won the test match in the first one, but in a general sense, when you're looking to get 300 plus, you need someone that gets in to go big.
All right, Carlos, quiz time then. Brandon King became the 13th West Indian player to score a 50-plus score in all three formats. The 13th West Indian player to score 50 plus in all 3 formats. I'm not going to ask you to name 13. Just give me... That's in the air. Again, fielder in that position picked it up late. So Sam Constas before Bo Webster now. So the background perhaps is being a bit of a problem for those fielders in the deep down there.
Yeah, even with sunglasses on, not sure if it's visibility, but you can see his hands aloft.
Right, if you can name, I'll make it easy for you. Just give me 5 players who you think from the West Indies. You can name 2 now and maybe think about the next 3 after this over.
Shot again from Brandon King. Probably won't go all the way to the boundary. This will test the fitness. And it does. Nice and controlled from Brandon King. 145 for the West Indies.
Yeah, just the way he's able to use the crease there and still manage to get the timing. Didn't try to smash it, but really place it and caress it for 4. And that was regal from the King. Right, Carlos, you did have some time to think about those players who would have scored 50 plus in all formats for the West Indies.
Well, Chris Gayle, Dwayne Smith for sure. Thinking around the rest are 1 maybe. Marlon Samuels. That's 4. I'll get our scoring statistician to pass me a note. Philip Calmeer's got 50 in Australia. He has a double in Test and a century in ODIs as well. So Calmeer, Shayhope. The director coming through with the knowledge. Dwayne Bravo.
All right, don't name any more, Carlos. Let's leave it to the viewers. And those of you who are looking on and you know the rest of the list, tweet it into Ricky26. If you get the correct answer, the 13 players to score 50 plus in all formats for the West Indies, you tweet it into Ricky26. He's going to get you tickets. Are you getting tickets for CPL matches, the T20s to come? The first 5 persons to get all 13 to Ricky26. Free tickets, Ricky. Which format?
A proper stitch up. Love it. Yeah, get busy on Twitter, Cricket West Indies. Let's see who has the answer of all 13 players from the West Indies to have 50 plus in all 3 formats.
Yeah, another stitch up for you, Carlos. What is she saying there? Affluent than Barbados. Wow.
Can I have a word, please? No, nothing against Grenada, but affluent.
What's the meaning of that word, Carlos? Affluent. Grenada is more affluent than Barbados.
Actually taking that quite personal, to be honest. Let me have a word with her.
Couple for Hope.
Yes, Carlos.
She even knows that you're disagreeing with her, Carlos.
pass on my well wishes. I hope she continues to enjoy Grenada. I hope she moves on to Jamaica as well. There's so much to love about the Caribbean. I still think Barbados is the best, but topic for another day.
There's protection there, so affluence here in Grenada and some opulence across in Barbados that she perhaps didn't notice. Carlos, maybe when she gets to Barbados next time we can give her a tour as the 150 comes up for the West Indies. Take her down to the expensive parts of the island. So much cricket to come. The third test, D/N, day-night in Jamaica. And then the 5 T20s to follow. St. Kitts, we're coming your way. Wonderful end to the over. 150 for 4. And those of you who are across in the US, with today being Independence Day, July the 4th, we have a special offer for you. Use the promo code July 4 and secure your tickets at windiescricket.com. Look at the offers: 50% off 1 ticket, or get 2 tickets for the price of 1, which essentially is the same thing. So those 3 T20s, July 31st, August 2nd and 3rd. We home full energy. West Indies against Pakistan across in Florida, Broward County, July 4th, Independence Day. We've got a special gift for friends across there using the promo code July 4. And you can get those discounted prices at windiescricket.com. Shea Hope will be leading the team, replacing Rothman Powell, and there are lots of expectations for the T20 team. The T20 World Cup will be hosted next year across in India and Sri Lanka early next year, so both teams really, Pakistan and West Indies, will be looking to solidify, I suppose, their lineups for that. Nathan Lyon will continue. Carlos, I was asking a little bit earlier about Brandon King. You've seen him for a long time here in the region. A lot of people have been talking about his inclusion in the test team, and for some reason or the other, it wasn't until this series that he came in. A wealth of experience at international cricket in ODIs and T20s. What are his prospects based on what you know of him and what you've seen for success in this format?
Well, there's a big responsibility behind that 4. You see more often not the best players in the team bat at 4. He was shot looking for this triangle down the leg side. Not out. It's a big responsibility given to him by the coaching staff and the skipper. And I've loved how he's taken on the responsibility. You wouldn't in the past attribute being resolute to Brandon King. There's a level of awareness it seems as though he has, and I'll tell you what, I think it may improve his white ball game as well. So many times you look at our white ball top order and we think bar Shea Hope and Casey Carti this last couple of series, they always look vulnerable to the ball when it moves. 2 new white balls, and we don't always get the best starts. If he goes back up to the top of the order in white ball cricket now, having had this experience in Test cricket, I could see it doing him the world of good, and I hope he can nail down number 4 moving forward. 150 for 4.
40 overs batted so far by the West Indies. Pat Cummins back into the attack. I was listening to that press conference with Darren Sammy prior to this match, and he mentioned that 150 overs that you want to bat, particularly when you're batting first, to really set things up. And that's quite a lot of overs, but that's what you have to aim for. This is Test match cricket after all. You see how many Test matches getting into the fourth day when West Indies are playing. How can they get their batters? What sort of discussions, what sort of strategies have they devised to be more decisive, more successful? In this game, there's another one to follow. And if you have been dismissed a couple times in the same way, it plays on your mind. So lots to ponder on both teams, actually.
Yeah, just wondering where you think the batsmanship has gone in the game. So often we see very high scores when the wickets are flat, but if the ball starts to move, there are not many players that are willing to put a high price on the wicket. We saw it from Bo Webster, Travis Head, Kilridin counter-attacked. We saw it from Roston Chase and Shea Hope in the first test. But that's almost been the exception and not the rule in the modern game. Really, you see the state of play when it comes to batsmanship.
Yeah, they have a fielder strategically placed for those inside edges. Pat Cummins took a catch of his own bowling earlier to one that got the inside edge. Yeah, there's that man Travis Head. He's lurking around the periphery. And this is that aforementioned catch. Just look at this work from Pat Cummins. Inches off the ground. He should get himself a couple. That's a technique that was employed with great success by Alex Carey. .153 for 4, and let's all have some of that. It's time for the Dasani water break.
Welcome back to the second test between the West Indies and Australia. West Indies poised 153 for 4 in their first dig in this test match. Brandon King, he's led the way. He stood tall, applied himself, got through the tough moments initially with that new ball. Now he looks very much in control. 8 fours, 1 6 so far, and a strike rate of just over 60. Real quality test match batting. The Australians, well, they've had to toil post-lunch. They picked up 3 wickets, just 1 wicket in the second session of the day. But collectively, a very good group of bowlers still applying the pressure on the West Indians. If you missed it, it was Craig Brathwaite bowling court, and then likewise Cummings diving away, showing his athleticism. John Campbell threw his wicket away after getting a good start. And Roston Chase, the skipper, he was a Judge LBW on the review. So a look at where this test match sits. Australia electing to bat first. Got to 286 in tricky conditions. Conditions just flattening out a little bit more. Very easier for batting. And if you're away from the cricket, you can enjoy this beautiful island country. South of the chain of Caribbean islands. Of course, just north of that South American mainland, an island of beauty where you can enjoy the sea, the sunshine, the tourist spots that are available on the island. Greg Bullitt is alongside me. Greg, from a bowling point of view, what would you suggest that Australia do to get into this West Indies batting lineup?
I actually think Australia have bowled okay. For me, the pick of the bowlers has been Pat Cummins. He's got the 1 wicket. I know Josh Hazlewood's got 2 wickets, but I feel like Pat Cummins on this surface has been the most dangerous of the Australian bowlers.
Lofted drive. Inside out, you can see the confidence of Brandon King on display.
Yeah, I think this is really important that they don't let Nathan Lyon settle into a nice long spell, try and score at all opportunities. That is a very good shot. A little bit inside out. Excellent. Yeah, over the years, Nathan Lyon has bowled so many overs, which has allowed the other 3 fast bowlers just time to recover a fraction. Travis Head at short leg, and quite like that, proactive, going with the batter as they come down the track.
Six from the over, just 1 delivery remaining. This partnership 48 between King and Hope. I think that 50 should be a couple. No, just a single, so an inch closer to that landmark partnership. 160 for 4.
Travis Head, we showed him going down with the batter when he was coming down the pitch. On that occasion taking evasive action.
Brandon King, 66 from 98. Now the highest individual score in the series. I must admit, highest score for a top 4 batter across both sides. That's significant. Here's that 50-run partnership. Really solid between King and Hope. Two players who've recognized the situation. Shea Hope, his contribution 21 from 43. Latest to arrive at the crease, so he's assessed conditions in quick time. Brandon King, he's had to work really hard, but his team out of a crisis, so to speak. Now he looks in full control. This post-lunch session is matching that said post-lunch session on day 1. Remember, when Australia batted, they secured 116 runs post-lunch on day 1 for the loss of just 1 wicket. West Indies in this session as a team has only lost 1 wicket out of Roston Chase.
You know, I think regardless of the result of this test match as well, I think the coach, Darren Sammy, and even some, you know, West Indian supporters will be quite happy with the way they've gone about it. I've seen some really good fight from the West Indian team. That the first 2 days in the first test match were very even. Australia completely dominated day 3, but again, first 2 days of this test match, very even. Very good contest.
Yeah, again, it shows that these two teams, of course, they have quality players, players who have high skill, can perform at this level. But I also feel the big difference is the sustainability in expressing those skills. Australia with a great amount of experience playing test match cricket, whereas this West Indian side still relatively inexperienced.
Still some interest there for the Australian bowlers. From that angle, it didn't seem like it deviated, if anything. Maybe Shea Hope was just thinking that it was going to just maybe dart in a fraction more, but wasn't too far away from the off stump.
In the next over, I'll tell you a little bit about I saw with Shea Hope and Floyd Reefer in the nets behind this commentary box. Put it out nicely. Just 3 from the over, 163 for 4. Australia's lead, 123. West Indies chipping away, trying to bring parity. And then maybe, once achieved, we'll think about leading Australia, all things being equal.
Darren, we keep talking about the sweet spot to bat in these conditions over here in the Caribbean. So far this series, overs 1 to 30, 29 wickets at an average of 21.3. 31 to 50 overs, only 7 wickets at an average of just under 48.
Yeah, that's a guide if you're a batting coach or the head coach of either team. That should be your focus. They assist your players to navigate through those first 30 overs and then to dominate. Once more, great use of the feet. And the maximum for King, so using his feet and executing well.
Well, he could not care less that deep mid-on was back there. Well, he dragged it, actually. I think he was trying to go straighter. He was trying to go straight over Nathan Lyon's head, but he ended up dragging it. Still got enough of it.
Yeah, so Shea Hope, Lloyd Reefer in the practice net behind this Darbour Road Pavilion end. And Shea Hope was working on his body position. He's trying to ensure that his back foot covered that off stump, that he was defending deliveries that were wicket to wicket, ensuring that his head was in a very still position, and just establishing a strong and firm base for deliveries that were wicket to wicket lines. Something that we've seen very similar with Brandon King and his approach. It's a technique used primarily for the seamers. 169 for 4. Those practice facilities being used by players from both teams. Manus Labuschagne on day 1 had a long hit, working on regaining his form. Pristine and picturesque, you can see from that aerial view. This facility just receiving a facelift before hosting this second test. They've done a great job.
Go!
Yeah, so we'll keep our eyes on Shea Hope and this technique that he applies when facing seam. You'd see that he tries to cover the line of the stump. We saw in the previous over, delivery beating the outside edge, but he wasn't phased. So important to know where your off stump is and to have some degree of organization when it comes to deliveries on or about that off stump.
Wide of the crease on that occasion, Pat Cummins. And he was just able to see how wide he was. And he was just able to straighten it a fraction. That's good bowling by Pat Cummins. Forced Shea Hope to have a little dabble at it and pass the outside edge, but quality fast bowling. Oh, and again, wide of the crease. So that angle has worked. Now, instead of it straightening up, that has come back in. That is an absolute peach.
Pat Cummins, you beauty. The skill of the highest class, that delivery coming back, hitting the top of off. Deceiving Shea Hope with the angle, with the lateral movement inward. Virtually unplayable. Hope departs to 21. The breakthrough comes. 169 for 5. Justin Graves. And a solid innings in that second opportunity of the first test. 38 from 53. Remained unbeaten though.
Oh, that's what you call him. Through the gate. Again, wide of the crease, and it just keeps coming. That is just quality bowling by Paddy Cummins. And old man Pete in the crowd, double thumbs up. Yeah, loves it.
That was a setup that you have to admire. Dot deliveries before that one coming in sharply. Lured Shea Hope with the thought of him trying to get the outside edge and beating him off the inside edge. That's guile for you.
Yeah, you have to admire these fast bowlers. That Pat Cummins just keeps running in, trying to find ways of getting a breakthrough, and that's exactly what he did. Finishes off another wide of the crease delivery. 169 for 5.
Over from the skipper, just pushing his team ahead with the wicket of Shea Hope, breaking that partnership between Hope and Brandon King. And that changed the way in which King plays. We've seen Brandon King not afraid to use his feet, Well, there's a little more protection in the leg side. There is a long on, deep mid wicket. Appeal coming from the wicketkeeper. It's prompting a discussion. No real conviction. Coming forward, Steve Smith just asking the question again. They go for the review.
Third umpire to director. We have a player review for caught behind. Original decision is not out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Okay, ball is very close to the glove. Can we have ultra-edge, please? Okay. Cats, we are waiting for ultra-edge. We're going, please. Okay, freeze it here, please. Freeze it here. There's a clear spike when the ball is next to the glove. Thank you. I'll go back to Richard on field. Richard, you need to change your decision. I'll let you know when you're on spin now. You can signal out.
Well, great referral by the Australians. It just took a little bit of glove on the way through. Good catch by Alex Carey, and the Aussies have gone bang, bang. He played beautifully, Brandon King, for his 75, 169 for 6.
Pendulum swing in favour of the Australians. 2 quick wickets now putting more pressure on this West Indies batting lineup. Zari Joseph now striding to the middle. And the West Indies, they were 169 for 4. 169 for 6. Little extra bounce there, Brandon King. A little late in taking his bat away and deciding not to play.
Stephen Smith trying to get all the information. You've only got just got it in, and glad he did. Just brushes the fingers of the glove. Wrap with that. Cameron Green was probably the leader of that, saying he was at mid-wicket and he was, yep, definitely came off the glove.
I was just looking at the animated way in which Steve Smith was trying to get a response from his teammates. The gesticulation, the hand pointing. What do you think? What do you think? Tell me now before I decide. In the end, it was the right call for Australia.
Yeah, I must admit, I was going off the body language of Alex Carey, the keeper, because they normally, you know, being so close, would have a fair idea, and he didn't seem that interested. But the right decision in the end was made by the Australians to go upstairs. 170 for 6. Should be just a little bit of confusion in the centre. There should be one more delivery to go.
Leg side bias field for Zari Joseph. Well kept out on that occasion. 170 for 6.
Run. Raja.
With a spell of 3 overs. The wickets, of course, of Shea Hope. Just conceding 6 runs. He's had a significant impact with the ball. Now time for Josh Hazelwood. Flipped onside, not properly timed, should be a couple of runs. Zari Joseph will play his shots.
Just want to show you the setup of Shea Hope from Pat Cummins. Let's take you through the first deliveries. Reasonably wide again, goes a little bit wider and straightens it. And then look at this one. Similar sort of delivery, similar sort of line, wide of the crease, and it comes back in off the seam and takes the top of middle off stump. Fantastic bowling.
Me is the accuracy in bowlers like Hazelwood and Cummins to finish the ball on the top of the stumps, whether it's that off stump, that middle stump, or that leg stump. They seem to find the right length straight away in the different surfaces that will finish the ball on the stumps. Some fast bowlers will take a long time to get to that length where the ball finishes on the stumps and will bring the bold LBW into play. But guys like Cummins, like Hazelwood, they seem to do that after the first over, after the second over, and more so in conditions that they're unfamiliar with. He is quite different because he aims to swing the ball, so his lengths will be a lot fuller. He'll entice you to play a false drive.
Yeah, I've heard Pat Cummins numerous times talk about what length ideally that he wants to bowl, and he says that, you know, every surface is different, and he quickly tries to work out on the pitch that he's bowling on what's going to hit the top of the stumps, really, what's going to react off the surface and hit close to the top of off stump, and that's the length he wants to bowl. So somewhere like Perth, where it bounces a lot more, he's obviously got to bowl it a lot fuller. But you're right, the best bowlers are able to adapt quicker.
The testing delivery for Alzari Joseph. 172 for 6.
All sorts of wonderful destinations. You can get married in the Caribbean and have a blissful life beyond that for many decades. Take note, Carlos Brathwaite. This Australian lineup, I've said it time and again throughout this series, they never stop coming at you. They're always finding ways over long periods, led by Pat Cummins, to probe. Knowing when to attack, when to pull back, Carlos, to defend a little bit, give themselves a breathing space, and then to come hard at you again. And that's the best of Test match cricket.
Yeah, a real test of will, test of skill. That man on screen has been important because he's given the Aussie quicks a good bit of rest. So with bat he's been good, but with ball he's been very reliable, and the game has not gotten away when he's had the ball. So they can trust him from one end and allow the quicks to rotate from the other. And they haven't even needed the short ball plan. And they've gone into the wicket, that good length, take it away. For some reason, I don't know if you know why, but I find most of our top order batters are struggling with the ball coming back to them. When you watch Hazelwood and Cummins warm up especially, they always look to get that one, as you say, offsetting the wrist to allow the ball to hit the top of off.
It's an interesting one, and we can talk method because, to be fair, and we'll get our analysts doing some work, there were a lot of slip catches, gully catches, catches behind the wicket, excluding the keeper in Barbados. Only one so far here in Grenada. Ruston Chase took one off green at gully. Once it's bounced in the pitch, I thought there'd be more catches to the slip corner. Australia believe, and Graves goes. You can never relax against Australians till there is something for bowlers across the phases on the surface.
Just one implicit inside edge, doesn't look to be stumped. So caught behind. Justin Graves gone for one. The slide continues. 174 for 6.
choppy waters for the West Indies post the lunch break. They went into lunch at 1:10-3. The sun beating down on the post-lunch session, and the wickets have started coming from the first over after lunch, culminating this one.
Yeah, not sure I like the shot from Justin Graves, trying to work it into the leg side. You only will probably get one. Is the risk worth the reward?
What's happened when that ball touched down on the surface? What's happened here when it hit the pitch? Look at this. Boom. Bite and turn because it's disturbed the top of the surface. Whether that's someone's follow through from guys like Stark bowling left hand over or right arm seam from around the wicket, Lyon has extracted it out of the footmarks. Always something in the surface. Yes, it gets slightly easier, slightly when the ball gets softer, but always something in it. And now a battle on for Alzari and Shamar.
And I think we know how this will go. It'll be fast, it'll be furious, it'll be entertaining. Both Josephs with bat in hand. Much like with ball in hand, does everything quickly.
More than one similarity between these two Josephs as well. They bowl fast, but they both are attacking lower order batters who like to try to get on with it.
I've personally tasked Alzari with showing a bit more responsibility with the bat. Speaks a lot about his knocks in New Zealand and his prowess with the bat. We know that there's a batter in there. Can he contribute more to the lower order with the bat in hand?
We heard Nathan Lyon saying Barbados that every run that the lower order can eke out will be important. Run, Alzari, run. My goodness, he took off very late. Very late.
Alzari just always looks so slow between the wickets. Now he's rapid, without pads, gloves and bat in hand, but for some reason, he just always looks so lethargic, and he got run out in the first test. And I thought he would have had a similar fate just now.
Talking, and Greg pointed out, and I was sitting in the corner looking at some of the variations on the crease. Left of screen as you watch it there. That was from, I think, a couple of overs earlier. One over earlier, and then right of screen. And as a batter, if you're Shea Hope, you have to be looking at where he's tracking in from. Very wide on the crease. Look how wide he is. He almost jumped over the return crease. So the end result was the release point that Greg showed you. But for young cricketers at home, the young batters, what are you looking at as the bowler starts his run? 178 for 7. So pretty normal. You can see him running in the footmarks that were created from excessively running in and around. And then right of screen, he's outside of those footmarks largely, just about there. So are you tracking that as a batter as well?
A batting card that promised so much at lunch. 40 for Campbell, 75 for Brandon King, his first Test half-century. But the unrelenting cohort of Australian seamers and Nathan Lyon coming to the party in this session with 2 for 33.
Nathan Lyon has dismissed Shamar Joseph on at least 3 occasions previously. Deep mid-wicket, deep square, long on, long off. Other thing that the West Indies batters need to know is that, okay, you want to draw parity with Australia's total throughout the series and go past it. If you don't do it, not only do you put yourself behind the game, but you don't give your bowlers enough rest and recovery time. After the bowlers put in such yeoman service with the ball, they need a day and a bit at least to recover. And that's the other spin-off of the obvious, if you don't draw parity with the opposition or go ahead of it.
And that's why time is so important. Test cricket is, yes, it's runs and it's wickets, but it's also time. How long can you keep the Australian fast bowlers out on the park? How many balls can you get in the legs running in, chasing deliveries? Just saw Mitchell start dive on one at point.
Catch your head. Yes! That's it!
Steve Smith believes that there was something on it. He wants Pat Cummins to review it. He's adamant, and Cummins goes for it.
Third umpire to director. We have a player review for catch. Original decision is not out. I have checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Okay, ball looks like missing the bat and the glove. Can we have ultra edge, please, Gavin? Yep. Okay, clear gap between bat and ball. Keep it going. Okay, clear gap between bat and ball. No bat involved. I will need to check ball tracking. It's off the pad. Original decision not out. Pitching outside off. Impact is outside. Thank you. I'll go back to Richard on field. Richard, you can stay with your decision. You're on screen now. Signal not out.
Well, Stephen, you stand alone with that request. Definitely getting some bounce and turn, Nathan Lyon. he will never be let back into the Twin Islands state of Trinidad and Tobago. Because that is a Trinbago accent. Pitched outside leg. Aborted appeal, 181 for 7. Just look at this. When they take the review, that last one, Steve Smith was adamant. Adamant. Look at him there. He was adamant. But Pat Cummins had a check. Look at him on left. You say yes, you say yes, you say yes. It's all your fault if it doesn't work. So they obviously have a check system that they go through in accepting or denying reviews.
And they have been good so far, but a part of the leadership is delegation. You want it, and you want it. If this goes wrong, it's on you, and you. And Marnus with a cheeky little smile.
Shamaj is having a difficult time against Cummins here.
And for Brandon King's wicket, this is when it goes right. Yep, you and me? Yep, cool. Let's take it then. Difficult to say no to Steve Smith as well. I mean, he looks at you, he drags everyone. Alex Carey, Travis Head, they're not going to say no. And he looks at Pat Cummins. It worked on one occasion, didn't work on the other. But it's good to see teams devising ways of using the reviews. So often it feels emotional or hit and miss. But you devise a little bit of a ticketing system, a certain amount of votes.
I think like just watching the India-England test match and test series and for example watching how Ben Stokes operates, he tries not to rush. He takes in all the information and almost deliberately waits until the last second, a second to go, the clock reaches 3 or 2 or 1, and then goes for it if he chooses to go for it. So it's absorbing all the information and making sure we give ourselves the best chance of making the right call. And wide on the crease and got some lift. 182 for 7.
Another lifting delivery. Difficult to expect Alzari Joseph behind that number 9 to find a way to deal with that. Rearing off a good length.
This might be the last over before tea. If a wicket doesn't fall. Should be the last delivery before the tea interval coming up. A session that has seen 4 wickets falling at the moment for 75 runs. And it will remain 4 wickets for 75 runs in the middle session of day 2 of this second test. Alzari Joseph and Shamar Joseph will return after the tea interval. And this must feel very good for the persevering Australian bowling attack. Once again, there are runs scoring and wickets falling here in Grenada. Brandon King's 7 half-century underscoring this session. .75, I should remind you, for King.
John Campbell got to 40 in quick time. Gave it away, Brandon King. With a very good 75. A little bit of a strangle down the leg side from Nathan Lyon. Ended what was a really good knock. Chase and Hope. Flattered to deceive, didn't quite make the best of 2 starts. And at T, West Indies 185 for 7. From a bowling perspective, Stark, the only bowler without any success in the right-hand column. Hazelwood, Nathan Lyon been good. Bo Webster underrated. And Pat Cummins, the pick of the bowlers so far.
It means that the West Indies still trail Australia by 101 runs, and they've got 3 of their first innings wickets in hand. Australia at the moment in the ascendancy. We'll take a short break, don't go anywhere, because we'll come back momentarily with some analysis.
Still bright sunshine here at the National Stadium in Grenada as we reflect on what has transpired, of course, in this second test between the West Indies and Australia. The West Indies still trailing by 101 runs. Of course, Australia will feel that they've done the hard yards in that post-lunch session. The West Indies, after looking so good, they've now imploded a bit to 185 for 7. Welcome again to Grenada, and we love this format of the game because it's so unpredictable. I have the pleasure of Sesian King, Samuel Badri with me. Samuel, I'll come to you first. That little implosion of 3 wickets for just about, what, 5 runs, I think it was. How do you see that in the context of this test match?
Yeah, they were doing a relatively good job up until that point. A nice partnership was forming. But as we've seen before, the Australians, they have that tendency to stay in the game and to get wickets quite quickly. So they'll reflect on perhaps some of the decision-making with those dismissals and what they could have possibly done a little bit better. But yeah, it's not ideal when you lose so many wickets quite quickly.
Stacey, your outlook on that post-lunch session?
Yeah, I thought it was good. The partnership continued just after lunch, but it was worth not very many runs, and then wickets fall, especially the 2 set batters. So 2 new batters had to make their way out to the middle, and literally Australia just kept in the hunt. They kept hunting, they kept searching for wickets.
Well, join us with what we've seen from Brandon King. His first half-century in Test match cricket, Samuel Badri, a maiden half-century for him. An ideal innings in the circumstances, you would say?
Yeah, I think he understood what was needed in these conditions to achieve levels of success. He waited for balls in his zone, and what I liked was his confidence to score off the deliveries once he felt comfortable enough. And the way he applied himself in this innings, perhaps it's a template for him moving forward. And as you would know, there's always that self-doubt when you come to a new format for the first time, whether or not you belong here. I'm certain that after this innings, Brandon King feels a lot more confident that he belongs in this format.
Well, it was the first time we saw a top 4 batter across both teams score a half-century, and it was the first half-century by a West Indian in this series. Let's look at the fall of the wickets in that post-lunch session. It started with the captain, Sesian King, Roston Chase.
Yeah, he went for 16, but didn't quite get a stride in, and I think the plan was clear from the Australians to bowl that straighter line at him and at the West Indian batters. This decision went upstairs and it was overturned. But just their tactics of staying straighter, bowling at the wicket, make the West Indian batters, force them to play. Yeah, they picked up Shea Hope as well for 21 from 50, breaking that 40-odd run partner, that 50-odd run partnership. Yeah, tickle. Just following that delivery, Brandon King, 75. I think he'd look back at this and think to himself that he got himself out because he looked so composed playing against them. And Justin Greaves just the one to his name. Yeah, Lions came out, gave the Pacers a bit of a rest and was able to do exactly the same thing, keep the same pressure and force them to play, and got those 2 wickets.
Well, Nathan Lyon showed exactly why he's so high valued in this Australian team. Samuel Badri, as a spinner yourself, did that surprise you, his impact and that sort of purchase he got off the surface?
No, it doesn't surprise me because we know of his skill, we know of his experience, the number of wickets he has gotten in Test match cricket. And when you look at his body of work, what he's able to do, the way he uses the angles as well, he's round the wicket, he's over the wicket. But what has surprised me is the amount of turn that he's been able to extract. When you look at the composition of both teams, the West Indians, for instance, in that first test, they opted to go with Jamal Warrican, who was underutilized. They came here, he's the vice captain of the team. They decided to go with the extra pacer, thinking that they might not get too much turn on this surface. In fact, the data showed that 28 of the 30 wickets that fell in the last Test match that was played here fell to the fast bowlers. And so they decided to go with an additional fast bowler, but we're seeing signs here that the spinner might be needed.
Yeah, good point there, Samuel Badri. Sesian King, project for me what the West Indies team needs to do in this post-T session.
Well, the 2 batters that are in are going to play a flurry of shots, and that we know based on their experience and based on what we've seen from them. So possibly if they continue along that line, just to narrow down that margin from 101 that Australia still lead by, try to narrow that down as much as possible, get a good score for themselves, and hopefully if they're out before the end of day's play, try to pick up a few wickets.
And Samuel Badri, what will be happening in that Australian dressing room right now? Pat Cummings speaking to his team for this session coming up.
Yeah, they'll know that these batters will provide opportunities, so they'll just need to be patient. Shamar Joseph and Alzari Joseph usually likes to play shots, so patience will be the key, and then try to finish things off. Ensure that that lead is as many as possible, give themselves the best chance.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what transpires in the last session on day 2. Thank you very much, Stacey Ann King. Thank you very much, Samuel Badri. Well, if you didn't know, this month we've been celebrating the 50th anniversary of the West Indies' inaugural win in that World Cup in 1975. We know all well about Sir Clive Lloyd and what his heroics were, scoring a century in that final, but there were a few unsung heroes along the way. Take a listen.
It was new to us, first World Cup, and we had a lot of young players who were exposed at that time.
Boyce is bowling at the pavilion end.
And that's the first wicket down. Ball him. And that must be out. Canai, and he's caught it safely. And it's in the air, and Fredericks must catch that. And it beats him into the boundary.
34 very valuable runs in brisk time from the Barbadian.
And he's caught him by Roy Fredericks of Bernard Julian's bowling. And that's very close indeed.
Out goes a stump, ripped out by Roberts.
The players who've been part of that success, that will be their greatest satisfaction, to know that their contribution, although it was decades ago, still in today's sort of cricketing landscape and in the West Indies, continues to shape our young cricketers in a positive way.
Welcome back. Second test match in this 3-match test series. Day 2 here from Grenada, the National Cricket Stadium. And we've had plenty of action in between lunch and tea. Early wicket of Roston Chase. Given not out on field, the Australians decided to go upstairs and they were proved correct. It was hitting the top of a leg stump. That's the initial breakthrough. So the Australians very, very happy with that. And a very good partnership between King and Hope. Got things in a pretty good position for the West Indies. A nice little fight back, in particular Brandon King, who went to 50. He looked good. Anything wide of off stump, threw his hands at it. Had the fight hard early against the newest delivery. And the shots started coming from Shai Hope and also Brandon King. And it was looking very, very promising until a bit of a collapse, has to be said. The Australians fighting back, some excellent shots from Brandon King. Ended up going for 75, and it was the Australian captain, Pat Cummins, who made that huge breakthrough. And then straight after Graves went, Nathan Lyon was the man that got a little inside edge. And that's where we're at. 185 for 7. The West Indies chasing Australia's 286. Pat Cummins, the pick of the bowlers for me, 2 for 31. So the West Indies still 101 runs behind the Australians as we resume after tea here on day 2. The Australians relentless in that session, just finding a way of getting that initial breakthrough, that of Shai Hope, that after that excellent partnership between King and Hope, and it was Pat Cummins who was a little masterclass actually. A couple of deliveries wide of the crease, and then they were able to make some major inroads into this West Indies batting lineup. So Shamar Joseph and Elzari Joseph, a couple of Josephs out there. They love playing their shots, so we're in for some entertaining cricket. And it's going to be Pat Cummins to bowl straight after tea. So 2 slips, a gully, backward point, extra cover. Pat Cummins has got a long on. And 2 men out on the hook as well. So he obviously feels like Shamar Joseph's going to play his shots. And there is a shot. It's going to fall just over mid-wicket to get things moving after tea. As I said, both these batsmen love playing their shots, so strap yourselves in. So the West Indies exactly 100 runs behind the Australians. It looked at one stage during that middle session that maybe the West Indies might get up close to Australia's total of 286, but you'd have to say, Samuel Badgery, that Australia now firmly probably in front of this match at this stage.
Hello, Bluey. Hello, everyone. Yes, indeed. Every run extra so important. We see that this pitch has done enough over the period of time thus far to signal that batting and run scoring will be challenging. We saw some spin from Nathan Lyon. So it's not only the seamers who would be posing that challenge, also the spinners. If we cast our minds back to the first test, West Indies had a first innings lead of just 10. So if Australia can get 75, 80 runs lead here, it will go a long way for them in the second innings. Still trail by 100, as you mentioned. So that's a significant advantage as we speak. What does that win predictor suggest? No surprises there.
Scott Boland on the right, Matt Kuhneman on the left. So Scotty Boland, will we see him in the third test? And there'll be decisions made after this, of course, depending on I think, how the rest of this game goes.
No. 186 for 7. There's so many natural sites here in Grenada. If you have an opportunity to visit this wonderful island and you're into nature, you're into cuisine, the local cuisine is phenomenal. And the warmth of the people. Lyon. Potential changes in that third test depend on how this one goes, and particularly for that fast bowling unit that they have. My question is, does someone like Mitchell Stark, who's on 99 test matches now, wait to get that 100th back at home? Or does he go for the 100 here in the West Indies?
Oh, I think, well, one of the things I do love about this bowling attack is that they hate missing games for cricket. And the game that we love and the current players play, there is a lot of discussion around when particularly fast bowlers need to be rested, and they've got the data behind that as well. But I know for a fact Mitchell Stark hates missing any games. So yeah, he's sitting there on 99 test matches. Yeah, it's a good call, that, actually. Like, yeah, does he tick over the 100 for the first test match of the Australian summer, which will be the start of the Ashes?
Yeah, that's gone. That's massive from Alzarri Joseph. Just marginally short from Lyon. And quickly onto that one.
Yep, superb from Alzarri Joseph. You can see he picked up the length, stayed nice and still as the ball was released, and then as soon as he saw it a little bit short, used the depth in the crease, and then those long levers. He wasn't happy with 4, he wanted the maximum.
$195 for 7. Cummins from wrong the wicket now to Shamar Joseph. Yeah, he was electric in Barbados in that second innings, wasn't he, Greg?
Yeah, he certainly was. This was right at the end of their innings, and I was down on the boundary line, actually. I think that one went straight over my head, and I was enjoying watching the crowd in Barbados really get into some of this very, very good hitting. He's got great hands through the ball.
And that's nasty. He's taken a few of these already against this opposition. And that 44, which was incidentally his career best, and to add to his tally of 9 wickets, there was a barrage of short balls at him. I suppose in the end negotiated well. There isn't a bat pad or anything like that. And that just ballooned, perhaps in a catching position. And that's in the air and lands safely. Both fielders looking at each other, puzzled, but just finding the gap.
A couple of big fast bowlers, one at extra cover, one at point. Looking at each other in the end, but neither of them would have got there.
Just back with that Stark thing on 99 test matches, 391 test wickets. If he gets a couple more here, perhaps to 395, 396. I just wonder what he'll be thinking for that 3rd test. 100 test match, 400 test wickets perhaps, all on the cards, or does he think about having that or those occasions at home? I suppose these guys are thinking about winning the test match, the Australian team, winning the test series, winning every opportunity that they get. And these fans are hoping that the West Indians can turn things around. Shamar Joseph is just waiting for something pitched in his half. As we say in cricketing parlance, that's anything that's close to him. Yeah, that's in there. Fielders converging. Brilliant effort, but just short. Nathan Lyon, the man in the deep, maybe just holding up in the wind, not able to get there. 199 for 7. Yeah, taking on that short ball, just out of his reach. Saw Pat Cummins take a one-hander off his own bowling. Not there. I wonder if he picked it up a little bit late too and there was a delay in his movement. We've seen fielders in that part of the field that happening too.
Australian fielders converging on this high ball from Shamar Joseph. It was Nathan Lyon who got the closest to it but couldn't quite get there. Pretty good effort actually from the old timer. Still moving okay, Nathan Lyon.
Yeah, there's that bounce and turn. And that will interest Nathan Lyon certainly. And perhaps Ruston Chase. Remember, there's no Jumel Warrican. He was included in the team in the first test, named vice captain at the start of the series. Was underutilized there. They came across to Grenada as West Indies get past 200. And their assessment of the surface was that it's not going to offer much turn. And so they dropped work and included Anderson Phillip. Ruston Chase mentioned that they used data in determining their playing 11 and the 28 wickets that fell to fast bowling in that last test match played here when England were here. And so they went with Anderson Phillip. Three fielders stationed in the deep. Long one, mid-wicket, deep backward square. Also have that silly mid-on if he wants to prod and something bounces and takes the glove. But they also have the protection in the deep if he wants to take him on. He does take him on, but he goes straight. That's a good strike from Alzari.
I like that. Aim at the side screen. Enough elevation to get it over the outstretched hands of Nathan Lyon. .205 for 7.
runs flowing in this third session. Just the 4 overs, but as you'd expect with the 2 Josephs out in the middle, if they spend any length of time, it's going to be that way. It's going to be quite exciting as well. Cummins to Shamar.
Yeah, a couple of overs ago, we're talking about milestones, and of course, Craig Brathwaite playing his 100th Test match, and at the moment, Mitchell Stark playing his 99th, and you were talking about whether he plays his 100th in Jamaica or he waits till the Australian summer and celebrates that at home. Not sure whether you remember, Stephen Smith was playing in Sydney, SCG, the last innings of the summer, and he was on 9,999 runs and got out. It was set up perfectly. Home ground, it was against India, huge series. Packed SCG, out 9,999 runs, and then went to Sri Lanka and knocked it over pretty quickly. He's 10,000, so he went from, I don't know how many was at the SCG that day, maybe 40,000, 50,000. And he ticked over 10,000 in Sri Lanka, down in Galle. I reckon there was probably about 500 people there, maybe. So it's not always perfect.
Yeah, not very often do you get that perfect sort of opportunity and occasion. Continue to see that inconsistent bounce. Take, for instance, Greg Brathwaite. Greg, he had an opportunity, and I suppose with the scheduling, if West Indies had factored it in to play the first test here in Grenada and then give him the 100th test at the Kensington Oval, his home ground. So instead of it being at Grenada, it would have been at home, but that's just the way it goes. What did that miss? How did it miss?
Oh, he had no idea about this delivery. It was the slower off spinner from Pat Cummins. It was so slow. Look at him trying to pick it up. Had no idea. And how did that miss the off stump? Must have shaved it.
That is what you call comprehensively beaten. Now he's taking it to one fielder in the deep, but he just has to look at it sail over his head. That's brute force from Alzari. Another 6 for him. 212 for 7.
Yeah, great shot from Alzari Joseph. He's got some talent. No doubt about that. Obviously with the ball, but also with the bat.
Those are the partnerships for the West Indies in Test match cricket. You're looking for more significant numbers than that, the highest being 58 from King and Hope. Next best, this between these two. the previous over. Very well played by Alzari Joseph. Looked like a proper batter there. He swatted it away. And there was a fielder in the deep, so he knew the risk involved. He's not even looking at where the ball went. It seems as though Joseph's ubiquitous 2 out in the middle, and I just saw one out there. Everywhere you turn. Well, there's no relation between the 2 out in the middle. I wonder if there's any relation with that one in the stand. Shamar from Guyana, Azari from Antigua.
Come on, lads.
The sound of the bat. He has such a pure flow of the bat, Shamar Joseph. So one Joseph matching the other.
Outstanding bat speed there from Shamar Joseph. He's got such a natural flow when he picks that bat up and his hands at the same time and then through the ball.
Question has been asked, Alex Carey taking the
Third umpire to
bails
director.
off.
We have an umpire review for stumping. I have checked the field, it's a fair delivery. Side on replay, please.
Nice man. Come again with another fit. Grenada full. Island of 5. And West Indies 9. We got kill them today. Bring it. Bring it. Yes, man.
Okay, collection is clean. Yes, keep it going, please. Foot is grounded. Just roll back, roll back. Gavin, please roll back. Can you show me a split spin, Gavin? Foot is grounded here. Can you just show me a split spin? I just want to see the removal of bails once. Okay, copy. Stand by, guys. Waiting for the split screen.
Yeah, Shamar is getting set to bat again. Still waiting confirmation though. I think even Alex Carey has conceded based on what they saw.
Still waiting, guys, for the split screen. Yeah, copy, Gavin. Yes. Yes. Foot is in the air now. Freeze it here. Freeze it here. And go next frame. Foot is in the air, but the bails have not been dislodged completely. Yes, next frame. Again, bail still on top of the stumps. Next frame, please. Still on top of the stumps. Bails are still on top of the stumps. Yes, next frame. Still on top of the stumps. Next frame, please, Gavin. Yeah, okay, foot is grounded now. Thank you. I'm ready with my decision for the big screen.
Third umpire Nitin Menon deeming it not out, going through the process step by step. Oh yes, they're happy, they're celebrating. Yeah, they want to see some more Shamar fireworks.
Watch it.
They're in there, there are fielders there, but he gets it in the gap. He gets a single to end the over and retain the strike to 19 for 7. Still trailing by 67, started this session trailing by just over 100, so they're eating into that lead by Australia. If they can get to parity, as close as possible to parity, and it will be a second innings shootout, similar to what it was in the first test. Yeah, that strapping on Cummins' right elbow, we saw the effects of taking that catch. Yeah, you'll expect some short deliveries now.
Yeah, these are important runs. Love seeing that. Kids in the crowd at Test match cricket. Yeah, they're doing really well. Zari Joseph and Shamar Joseph, both in the 20s. And I reckon the Australians probably thought they would have had at least a couple of breakthroughs by now after tea, so they'd be getting a little bit frustrated. And as you said, just eating into this lead of the Australians as close as they can get, then it's going to be a lot easier as this game goes on.
Yeah, Greg, and viewers, make no mistake about it. The West Indies team, as compared to the Australian, there's a massive gulf between them, particularly in this format. And the way they were able to hold their own in the first innings of the first test was admirable, perhaps a little bit surprising for some people around the region and around the world. As a matter of fact, getting a first innings lead, it was that second innings capitulation that West Indian followers have become used to. But they're slowly trending, I think, in the right direction, at least in the first innings. And again, in this test, they seem to be competing. And that's what West Indian fans and the coaching group, that's what they're hoping for. Just reflect on that first test. Australia 180 bowled out by the West Indians, and then getting a lead. That's a massive achievement for a West Indian team against Australia. In second innings, we all know what happened with the batting. If it wasn't for Joseph's 44, that scorecard would have looked a lot worse than it eventually did. So can they replicate that and carry that through to the second innings of the match? And you look at these two bat, Greg, and they, as you rightly mentioned, into the 20s, both of them. What's good about it is that they're looking to score, not just survive.
Yeah, and that's clearly what they enjoy and probably what they're best at, playing their shots. Partnership of 47.
And that will challenge the boundary. In fact, it gets there. And that's a 50 partnership for the West Indies. The Josephs, the 225 for 7. Yeah, just a little bit too straight from Pat Cummins. Desperation deep from Lyon, but couldn't haul it in. Ian Bishop always says the bowlers have to do all of the work with the ball and not with the bat. And this is the intent, the positive intent since tee. A couple of sixes in there, looking to take on the bowlers. And they've done it with great success. And hence the partnership. So instead of them resting Greg to come to bowl in the second innings, they actually have to come and do the batter's job.
Ball. Come on, guys. Ball.
The end of a fighting partnership. Nathan Lyon strikes again.
We know once these two out in the middle, it was entertainment guaranteed. Yeah, going again down the ground, Alzari Joseph, and comfortably taking by Green. He goes for 27 from 49. West Indies leaves their 8 on 225.
First wicket after tea for Australia. Anderson Phillip makes his way to the crease. An average that he hopes will stand him in good stead going forward.
They got the connection but didn't get the height. Elation, because those two were going at it. 51-run partnership broken by Lyon.
Test average in a very short, small sample size for an Anderson Phillip double that of his more extended first-class average. I suspect over time that test average in the bat with the bat will equalize itself.
Oh,
Two to 5 for 8.
West Indies trailing by 61 runs. And King standing on with his 75 from 108. Campbell 40. And Joseph 27.
Australia have plugged away. They true to their spirit and true to their MO, just keep coming. Eyes on Shamar Joseph. Field well spread. Such ability with the bat, and not only saying that because of the scores he's managed to put up so far in Test match cricket for Shamar Joseph, but he started off with 36 against Australia in Adelaide last year, a 33 at Nottingham against England last year, 25 against South Africa at Providence, 44 in the game in Barbados. And you could see with the straight lines that the downswing of the bat, that there's ability to work with. Anderson Phillip's top score is 43 against Australia at Adelaide in 2022. He batted at number 6. I think he came in as a night watchman then. Leg gully.
He'll definitely be tested. I just wonder, him being out in the dugout and being able to see some of the dismissals, see some of the areas that the Australians have been bowling, and some of their tactics in terms of pace off, attack the stumps. And what would his approach be like?
First session, Stacey Ann produced 3 wickets.
Yeah, that of Greg Brathwaite, Carti, an excellent catch from Pat Cummings. And John Campbell, who got a start but didn't quite carry on. And went to lunch at 110 for 3. Then the second session, Chase fell shortly after. Yeah, Shea Hope, Brandon King for well played 75 followed that delivery. And Nathan Lyon made the breakthrough of getting the wicket of Graves. A few standout partnerships to the back end of the West Indies innings.
Might be a little bit of a cutter, but it didn't bounce a lot. He rolled his fingers over it. Didn't get too high off the floor. Might have been missing leg.
Yeah, rolling his fingers across that delivery, so the cutter definitely.
Another cutter. Pace off, 2-2-6 free.
And one from the over, and Australia just working their way back in. They've picked up the wicket of Alzari Joseph. Well played 27.
As a reminder, we're in the lovely island nation of Grenada. It's next door, Trinidad and Tobago, and we've got Barbados in close proximity, St. Vincent. And the crowd is built up nicely today. It's only a population of about, what, 117,000. So it's a huge stadium as well. I think sometimes too big for these smaller island nations, to be honest. But we hope that it'll build up tomorrow as we head into the weekend. A little cutter again from Cummins. We'll see more of those as we go through, and hopefully more spectators coming in, certainly tomorrow.
Oh!
Vital addition to the West Indies total buys. Didn't get up much either.
Yeah, the last few deliveries have stayed pretty low. They had a big heave. Shamar Joseph, just as it bounced, it beat the keeper as well.
Yeah.
An interesting posturing by Alex Carey, leaning and sort of pivoting to his left generally just before Nathan Lyon releases the ball. He starts in a very orthodox fashion, then just pivots slightly with the weight more onto his left leg and opening the shoulders. There's that ability again. I remember saying in his very first test innings at Adelaide in 2024 that if you give that young man responsibility, particularly when he goes back to domestic cricket, to bat him higher, he'll take his responsibility more seriously and continue developing his batting.
Yeah, Bish, and that's no easy shot to play. A 6 on the offside.
Into the wind as well, Stacey Ann. You would know that yourself. Fellow Southport, 2-3-6 for 8.
patriotic, that supporter. First session, 28 overs. Second session, 24. Third session, 10 so far. Highest run rate in this session.
You can see Carey leaning to his left. That's the one that went 4 bars, but the keepers have different methodologies. And Mitchell Stark is back into the attack. What a phenomenal pink ball test match record. Over 70 wickets, the leading wicket taker in pink ball test matches. I mean, his general record is pretty good, but it seems to go up another level with a pink ball. Stark has his man. Brought into the attack, first over of a new spell. And he cleans up the stumps.
The first wicket for him as well in this match, Mitch Stark. Following Shamar Joseph with this delivery. It came off his pads and onto the stumps. And because he was just trying to make room to whip it into the leg side. And just too quick, that delivery. And Shamar Joseph goes for 29, West Indies 3-7 for 9.
Jaden Seals arrives at the crease with West Indies still trailing by 49. Joins his fast bowling colleague Anderson Phillip. It's a fighting effort with the bat from Shamar Joseph and Alzari Joseph. Terrific effort by the Aussies again. It's not surprising against this West Indies batting lineup. Seals and Phillip should know that if they can eke out another 5 or another 10, would help them close the gap. So don't just give it away. Short legging. And a very fine leg slip. And if he'll go out the stumps first.
No!
Nope, not yet.
As well as the field that he has set with those 2 slips and 3 catches on the off. His deep third has gone just a slightly wider. So that short delivery is always going to be on the cards.
There's a reputation, Jaden Seals, of sending batsmen off. He got fined in Barbados for his send-off of the Australian captain Pat Cummins when he got him out. Been known to chirp a few and bowl short at a few bowlers. To 3-7 for 9. Pakistan fans in a bit early because 3 T20s coming up in July, August. You can get for 1 day only a big deal of 50% off 1 ticket. Independence Day promotion July 4th. You get 2 for the price of 1.
Fouled.
It's a rather pleasing technique actually from Anderson Phillip. Another one of the lower order that plays in very straight lines, and from his stance and his pickup, everything is very orthodox. The setup is good, for however long it lasts.
And this is just classical from Nathan Lyon. He flights the ball looking for wickets. He's already picked up 3 of them.
Yeah, well done from Anderson Phillip. 239 for 9. It's a nice overhead shot, actually, of the carenage, the little curve into the land area where the yachts and the ships, boats are parked up. And then the Fort George on the right of the screen, where so much happened during the insurrection in the 1983. I remember that as a school kid. And then further to the top of that shot, down to the point, there is the Point Orleans Airport. And we stay down there. That's where our lodging is, down on the tip down there as well.
Yep.
I should say Maurice Bishop International. No relation.
All these important runs from Jadon Seals. A trail now 45.
Said before that at this stage Sam Constas will try to keep his mind focused, as well as Usman Khawaja, on what is happening to get the last wicket. But surely part of your mind must be racing. It could be a tricky little period of batting towards the end of this second day's play, and how do we acquit ourselves with it if and when that time comes.
Yesterday, Australia has batted 66.5 overs. They scored there 286 runs. So for West Indies, it's a trail by 45. So how many can they nick off? And then for Australia, it's a matter of just that dusk, coming into dusk period, you know, where batters tend to feel a bit wary and not switched on.
Try to set yourself little targets if you're Jadon Seals. Is it another couple of runs if we can eke out, or is it 2 deliveries to the end of the over? Set yourself little targets. Short ball might come again, or the Yorker. There is that Yorker, well kept out. Now, can you last one more and close out the over?
It's almost like he knows it's either a Yorker or a short length delivery that's going to come at him. He's very low in his stance. Yeah, just to try and be able to maneuver either.
That just tailed in there. There's a little bit of swing back into Seals. deficit goes down by 1. 242 for 9. As Nathan Lyon said, and as we all know, every run the lower order can add could prove invaluable. So time now for a Dasani water break.
.242 for 9. The West Indies are still fighting to get to that target score of 286 and maybe add a few more runs. Brandon King was the mainstay of the batting for the West Indies. He brought up his maiden half-century in Test match cricket. Of course, only playing his second Test match. Was watchful at the start, was very good in defence, and was quick to pounce on deliveries which were wide, those which were full. He will be quite pleased with that effort. He had all these bowlers to contend with. Josh Hazlewood, 2 for 43. Pat Cummins, he was also exceptional with the ball, 2 for 46. Nathan Lyon putting his hand up with his 3 wickets for 67. The West Indies still trailing by 44 runs. These two batters out in the middle, Phillip and Seals, will try to prolong and frustrate the Australians. Carlos Brathwaite alongside you. Good evening to you, Carlos.
Evening. Enjoying the fight from the lower order West Indies batters.
Ball, guys. Great work, lads. Come on, guys.
An extra bounce on that occasion. I must admit, looking at these two at the crease, they don't seem to be impatient. Little check now by the umpires.
Third umpire to director. We have umpire review for stumping. I have checked the fit. It's a fair delivery. Side on replay, please. Collection is clean. Yes, keep it rolling now, please. Okay. Foot is grounded. Foot is grounded when the bails are off. Thank you. I'm ready with my decision for the big screen.
Not out. Unconfirmed. That's scary. Quite cheeky behind the stumps.
Oh.
I was making the point that they don't look rushed. They don't look impatient at the crease. The type of quality you expect from test match batters in situations when you're behind the game. Both looking to play ball on merit, which is another very good approach to batting in test match cricket. Well aware that the Australians may just try to entice them a bit more, considering they're lower order batters. So you will have to look out for the extra flight, maybe the over pitch delivery from Lyon. That's a little bit wider off stump.
Nice drive for a single, end of the over. 243 for 9.
Run rate highest for the West Indies in this third and final session of the day's play. It's primarily based on what we've seen from Shamar Joseph and Alzari Joseph from that partnership.
Go away.
Will also be a tricky period, Carlos, for Australian openers if they do get a chance to bat late this afternoon.
Yeah, that period where 20 odd overs are left, I feel as though, especially with 4 quicks, West Indies could give 4 or 5 over bursts, and you can run in, you can put it all in, knowing you put your foot up tonight and come back again tomorrow fresh. And they can get 2 or 3. Just to keep it interesting.
Yeah, not only openers, Cam Green, I'm sure, will be thinking about his approach for that next innings. He scores 3, 15, 26.
Yeah. So far we have
so much to
drum nut
like.
sugar cake. I even nutsman who's selling me over here. We have large pack, we have small pack, we have fresh, we have salt, and we have drum nut sugar cake. All going at. No.
Many options there, Carlos. Honey roasted.
I could do it a nut cake, to be honest.
It's Mitchell Stark thinking here. What's his surprise element? Will he go for the Yorker after bowling a few length deliveries? Will he go towards that short ball with that short leg in play? And short, yeah. That was well directed. Negotiated well in the end by Jaden Seals.
Yeah, fast bowlers union is the king of the pass. Jaden Seals dishes it out, gets it back, and I love his character. Let me have it, I'll take it. It is a sore one.
Keep your eyes on the ball, son. Fuller. Very good courage shown by Jaden Seals. it's really a fight, Carlos. Not as pleasant as what these spectators are enjoying and their ambience.
Yeah, and it's okay to have skill. I think you need skill to reach the highest level, obviously, but there's a level of fight needed, almost bordering on arrogance, that you're better than your opposition, or at least you believe you're better than your opposition. And the harder you prepare, the more it makes you feel ready to get into battle, get into the fight. And you can see with ball or bat, Jaden Seals has that inner fight in him. Always wants the contest, whether it's ball in hand or no. He'd wear a couple, but just like the 2 balls before, short one wore it, next one in behind.
Help! Good resistance. Once more. Maiden over, 2 forward, 3 for 9. It's Byam, the physiotherapist for the West Indian side, just ensuring that Jaden Seals is fine after popping that blow.
Spoke about that fight from Jaden Seals, calling the physio and start having a few words. Your guess is as good as mine, lip readers. Seals then back down. This is Test cricket. This is why we love Test cricket. This is the ball in question. Thankfully hit the meaty part of the shoulder. Glad he was in the gym with Buck Rogers doing some shoulder presses. I just wonder if that is the right shoulder, which is the bowling shoulder.
Yeah, that's the right shoulder, so if there's a bit of swelling, there will be stiffness. Might just restrict him a bit if he gets a chance to bowl. Few more runs. Might just go into the boundary. Yep, 4 more. We'll wait for the signal from the umpire to confirm whether it's leg byes or runs. Runs. More valuable runs for Anderson Phillip.
Yeah, nice little tap around the corner. Needs to be rare, however, there's Bo Webster and leg slip. You take them however they can come. 4. As a bowling unit, it's not the most difficult because you're talking about 9, 10, and 11, 8, 9, 10, 11, but you bowl at Alzheimer Joseph and Shamar Joseph and think you're always in with a chance. And then you come and bowl at Anderson Phillip and Jaden Seals, who just looking to knock it, prod it about.
Yeah, batters who are showing good application, putting up value on their wickets. Good raw materials to work with. I'm sure Floyd Reefer will be taking note of this application. Across the line, and that dreaded finger goes up. Well, I'm sure the review will be taken. Yeah, confirmation of that. So we'll have a second look.
We have a player review
decision
for LBW. Original decision is out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision piece. Okay, ball is very close to the bat. Can we have ultra edge, please? gap between bat and ball. Keep it going, please. Keep it going. Keep it going. Gap between ball and the glove as well. Okay, no bat and ball. Ball tracking, please. Pitching outside of, impact in line, wickets missing. Thank you. I'll go back to Richard on field. Richard, you need to change your decision. You're on screen now. You can signal not out.
Decision overturned, degree of turn too significant in the circumstances. Ball tracking just confirming that that delivery would have missed leg stump. Anderson Phillip will continue batting.
Lowest share of the day from the crowd as well. Long they can stay up there and eke away a few runs.
.247 for 9. Has had a few words to say to Jaden Seal. Carlos Brathwaite, I'm sure you've experienced similar in your career. How would you deal with something like that, or how did you deal with it?
I actually enjoyed it, to be fair. Just added a little bit of needle, a little bit of steel to the contest. Not that you always need it, but I just found it helped to keep me a little bit more focused. It's almost like someone daring you, and for some reason, we as West Indians, when someone dares us, you think back to most of the recent big wins. I think to the Gabba, the messages in the media, the 2015 England series, the messages in the media. Marlon Samuels was a big one for that. Anytime anyone said anything about him, it brought out the best. So for some reason, we as West Indians tend to double down, knuckle down, and probably get the best out of ourselves when there's a little bit of sledging about.
I guess players will use such a situation to strengthen their resolve, create a little more resilience in their approach to the game. And determination could be bolstered when an opposition player is trying to get into your mind or is feeding you with negativity. And you have to appreciate the comments, Carlos. I remember playing against Australia in Australia. And Jason Gillespie and Brett Lee asked me if I had a proper life insurance to instill fear. Now he's a calm, cool customer, enjoying cricket from afar, from in the stands.
I don't have the most PG ones, but I just remember on debut I walked out to bat Boxing Day Test 2015 against said Australia on a hat-trick, pushed Peter Siddle back passing, bit for the second, coming for the third, and I heard Warner, who chased the ball, come back and was muttering something. I was like, this man like sledging his own bowler. For the life of me, I could not understand why he was sledging me. And I played against Australia in a warm-up game earlier in 2015 and got 50 odd, played a few shots, and he was on the sidelines watching. And for that entire test match, we went back and forth. And funny enough, he's my only, unfortunately, only test wicket. But the good side of that is I played the second, which was the Boxing Day, and also played the third test, which was the Pink Day test in Sydney at the SCG. And we lost the series 2-0. I think that third test got rained out. And we went into their dressing room, as I think it's customary now at the end of the series. And as soon as he saw me by the door, he hailed for me to come sit next to him, and we had a really good chat. And I think that's the importance. When you get on the field, you leave it all on the field. And once the game is over, you have a drink. And I really respected that. End of the over, 247 for 9. Talking about battles against Australia. Get your foot out of the way, son.
Yeah, that's McGrath. McGrath just getting one in the right area. A little bit of in-swing as well. I had falling over offside. Yeah, there was a clear strategy to bowl me fuller as the series progressed.
The producer and the director have done you dirty. Did you get some runs in that series? Give you a chance to big yourself up now.
Yeah, I did get a couple hundreds, but again, when you're playing against a team like Australia, ranked #1 in the world, that's when you need to be most aroused. That was in 2003 when we achieved a world record. We chased 418, the highest successful run chase in Test match cricket, achieved in that last Test match of the series. It was great to compete against the Australians, just like the West Indies team is doing here in this series. And that's the beauty of Test match cricket, Carlos. You'd know that. And strike. Test cricket demands the best from you as a player.
Yeah, and this is a summary of that famous Test match from the SR1. We talk about sledging. Him and McGrath had a little bit back and forth coming on to the end. Chandler Paul forever showing stickability, getting big scores. And Omari Banks, no musician. And Brathwaite Drakes, no coach. Son Dominic had a few games for the West Indies as well. Seeing them home. Omari Banks just 20 years old as well. And I think that's why I personally am opposed to a two-tier test arena. Because one of the things you look forward to as a youngster is coming up and not only playing, but competing. You don't get a Shamar Joseph at the Gabba. You don't get a 418 in 2003 if it's a two-tier. That massive cheer is 250. It's been good competing, good steel shown. A solid defensive foundation from these two, really disciplined.
Some fight from the West Indians, appreciated by the fans, the local fans. And resilience aplenty, 250 for 9. been a beautiful day, and talking about players having a chat in that said 2003 Test match against Australia. Glenn McGrath tried to get under the skin of Ramnarez Sawan, not only galvanize his approach to batting, led him to that magnificent century in the 4th innings of that Test match. We'll talk about the content of that conversation, but got a bit fiery on that occasion. And you know, Carlos, it's a known fact that the Australians, they have a little bit of chatter. They try to get under your skin as an opposition team.
When you get past all that, you compete against them, obviously, with immense skill, and you come out on top, whatever on top may be. It makes a good story, a good memory. That's why we compete. Think back to Grenada and one of the best sledges. A word was not said. Marlon Samuels ushering Ben Stokes off the field with a salute. There's been some good Test sledges down the years.
The Frank Worrell Trophy since 1961. The trophy that both teams are competing for. It's been a long history between these two decorated teams in Test match cricket. Australia, they've held that beauty since 1995. And hard work for the West Indians to regain. I've played alongside a few players who tend to get G'd up, tend to produce their best when the opposition goes after them. One such player, Ramnarez Sawan, player who will give his best if you go after him. And the other, Brian Charles Lara. He's just confirming that the match is in the balance.
Skills on show, on and off the park. Can you give that a go, Darren?
It'll take a lot of practicing for me.
You know, cricket is sport, but it's also entertainment, and he is an entertainer. He's not happy just balancing it on the head. He's walked forward, backward, up the stairs, and he's enjoying the adulation. Oh, oh.
Good piece of fielding. Good diving stop in that second slip position. Bo Webster, he could do no wrong in this series.
Yeah, it's showing how slow the pitch has become as well.
You're from Trinity, boy. Let's see you jump. Let's see you jump. No, you go fall. You want it fall? Yeah.
Down, I think that's a personal shout out to you.
Got sucked in on that occasion. End of the over, 250 for 9. Australia won the first test by 159. How will this one end? This second test, win predictor saying 55% in favor of Australia. Or is it too premature for us to predict the outcome?
Well, Travis Head into the attack. Has got a knack of just taking the odd wicket here and there, Travis Head, so worth a go according to Pat Cummins. West Indies have made really good inroads into the Australian total now, just 36 runs behind.
Oh.
Sam Constas just swapping sides. He's very close. Very close in there. Yeah, West Indies definitely would have taken this coming out to bat after tea. They were 101 runs behind, 7 wickets down, so really chipped into the lead. And there's another run. 252 for 9.
A lot of fight from the last 2 or 3 wickets. 2 wickets going down in this 3rd session so far. This is a sort of attitude for however much longer it lasts that I always like to see going forward, whether that is against the lower teams in the order, that just commit yourself to the effort and the innings with discipline. If you get a good one, you get a good one from a good bowler. Frustrating for him. It's lovely straight lines if you see it again. We talked about the setup that Anderson Phillip has as he takes his stance, picks the bat up. Very orthodox and plays in nice straight lines most of the time.
Yeah, especially with the ball coming back into you as a right-hander, you've obviously got to try and keep that front leg out of the way. You can see him just starting to open up that left foot of his.
does have one first-class half-century. It was in South Trinidad in Tarouba against Jamaica back in 2022, the same year that he scored 43 against Australia in Adelaide, coming in as night watchman at number 6. Half-century was scored at number 10 in the order for the Red Force.
Yeah, I think the Australian, especially the fast bowlers, will be getting quite annoyed now. This is what I like about this fight from the West Indies. They're just little things that really matter in games. Thought they'd have their feet up by now, starting their recovery process, getting ready for that second innings, but they're still out there toiling away.
Wasn't that long ago in test matches between these two nations. There was only a couple of test matches ago, remember? 2 test matches ago, folks, the West Indies won at the Gabba. Remember that, the heroics of several players, not least Shamar Joseph. It's 2 test matches ago, after not winning at the Gabba for a long time. Fortress for Australia. Discipline from Anderson Phillip. Trailing by 34 now. Can Seals and Phillip set themselves another little target here as they receive some drinks in between overs? Can we get another 4 runs? Just a small target. Can we eke out another 4? Don't give it away. Frustrating would this be for Consul? Would it be frustrating for Consus and Khawaja? Or do they just take it in stride and say, one hand, I don't want to bat this evening?
Yeah, I think that the anxiety levels would have gone up about half an hour ago, but it's sort of maintained because they're expecting to bat, but it's just not coming. So the only thing that the opening batters for Australia might be thinking now is that we're getting to close to that time last night where the West Indies were going to bat and they came off for bad light. So
Catch it! Yeah!
Now Travis Head thinks that he's got his man finally. Jaden Seals is saying that it's bounced. Anderson Phillip is not moving. The umpires will come together and discuss. Nitin Menon is very good on field or on television.
Third umpire to director. We have a umpire review for a fair catch. I have checked the feed, it's a fair delivery. Can we have the best angle for the catch, please? Yeah, just rock and roll once. Rock and roll once. I can see fingers are underneath. Yes, I can see the fingers are underneath the ball. Thank you. I am ready with my decision for the big screen.
That'll be another one that will be discussed for some time in comparison to some others given in the series. The crowd was starting to cheer here because they believed it was grounded. And the end result is that the West Indies trail by 33.
Hit right off the toe of the bat. He's got a knack of doing this, Travis Head. It's another test wicket, and eventually the West Indies are all out. Good effort today. 253, just 33 runs behind.
To Campbell. 75 though was outstanding from Brandon King, his first half century or 50+ score in test match cricket in only his second test match. 20 from Hope. Alzari Joseph battled manfully for 27 with Shamar Joseph, who got 29, and that last wicket pair adding 16, but they soaked up 65 deliveries. Anderson, Phillip and Seals.
Wickets to all the Australian bowlers in the end. Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins having to bowl quite a few overs today, particularly Paddy Cummins, 16 overs. Webster chiming in. Nathan Lyon too, 3 wickets for 75.
33 runs behind Australia's first innings total, and we will have something in the region of about 40 minutes batting, light permitting, to close out day 2. It could be a tricky period as the players go through their warm-up process. The spectators, and Afi Fletcher, West Indies women's wrist spinner. Maybe we'll take a short break and be back with more. Australia bowled out for 286 yesterday. The West Indies, beginning their first innings response today, bowled out for 253, giving up a lead of 33. Greg Blewett alongside me to go through the wickets of the West Indies innings.
Yeah, unfortunately for Craig Brathwaite, playing in a milestone game, his 100th test match went really early this morning, just the second over. Caught and bowled by Josh Hazlewood. So he would have been disappointed for that. Great start for the Aussies. A lot of people thought maybe that was the trend of the day, that there'd be a collapse, and then we saw something brilliant from Pat Cummins. Wonder how many times in test match cricket the first 2 wickets were caught and bowled. There was a great effort there from Paddy Cummins. Athleticism, big inside edge, and made some really good ground. John Campbell, well, had a rush of blood. Had a rush of blood in the second innings in Barbados, and again, having got to 40 off of 52 deliveries, set a really good platform, and then really gave his wicket away. This was given not out. Josh Hazlewood thought it was out. They all conferred and went upstairs, and it proved to be hitting. Really good partnership. Shea Hope was in, and then he got a really good delivery from Pat Cummins. Got worked over, 2 deliveries in a row, wide of the crease. The first one went past the outside edge, and then he went between bat and pad. And it just started the little collapse. Brandon King, who played beautifully for his 75, was out not long after. A little glove down the leg side, and Nathan Lyon was in amongst it. Graves didn't last long. Little inside edge, back onto the pad. And good composure, I thought, from Alex Carey too. Didn't panic after he saw the deflection. And this is where I think the Australians would have thought they'd go straight through the West Indies. But then a good partnership between the Josephs. Alzari Joseph, the first to go. Very valuable 27 runs. Easy catch to Cameron Green. And then Mitchell Stark came back into the attack and cleaned up Shamar Joseph, who made a very entertaining and handy 29 runs. And the last man out, Anderson Phillip, caught and bowled Travis Head, who they went to because they just couldn't get the breakthrough. Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip were out there for a long time, and in the end, third umpire judging that went cleanly into Travis Head's hand, and the West Indies first innings done. 253. Standout Brandon King, who I thought played beautifully for his 75, the highest score in the series so far.
Wickets for Nathan Lyon, 3 for 75, a couple for Hazlewood and Cummins. Webster made a contribution, as well as Mitch Stark, and finally Travis Head. Friday evening, Friday afternoon crowd, the musical best. Spice Isle of Grenada. Warm and friendly people of this island nation, very welcoming, but a very strong culture, very vibrant and receptive to much of the tourism that helps with the economy. A number of Trinidad and Tobago flags. Critical time, Greg, and your best place to tell us the mental process that Usman Khawaja and Sam Constas would have gone through in that 10-minute turnover period, and how they would set themselves for what we think will be about 35 minutes potential batting this evening.
Yeah, as a batter, you just got to get yourself up and about. Now, everyone's built differently, think differently. Some players might want to be, you know, jumping around, trying to get the blood flowing. Others, like Usman Khawaja, just looks like he needs to be as relaxed as possible, get the heart rate down. So I'm sure Usman Khawaja knows exactly what he needs to do to be switched on, because he's been out in the field all day. And as you said, Bish, this is a tough little period. This is where Test cricket is a real challenge. And this 19-year-old, Sam Constas, is finding out all about it. Took the game by storm in his debut against India at the MCG Boxing Day morning in front of 90,000 people, and he's struggled since. He really has. Usman Khawaja ticked over 6,000 runs now. Has been one of Australia's outstanding Test players, but this is where the West Indies need to be switched on as well now, Bish, because this is a big moment in this Test match, and if they want to break this game wide open, this first 5 or 6 overs will set the scene.
These men here, when you talk about switch on, those guys behind the wicket in particular, will there be swing for Seals? On target straight away. From the keeper going through that ring, have to be locked in and focused, in addition to the guys in front of the bat.
We interviewed Ravi Rampal, the West Indies bowling coach, last night after play, and we discussed the bowling, and he said he wasn't overly pleased with the way the West Indies started their innings with that brand new ball. So have they made an adjustment? Because as I said, this little period now is so crucial for both teams.
One of the things he was trying to get them to do this morning, guys like Jaden Seals, who swing the ball away from the right-hander, is to start it from within the stumps. So yes, you're looking for that nip backer, and they've worked on that delivery, and we saw Sam Constas dismissed by it in Barbados twice. But he also wants them to be able to start swinging the ball from straighter.
Yeah, it's a beautiful seam again from Jaden Seals. I know you're a big fan, Bishop, so am I. And again, that ball swinging on the way to the keeper.
Knocked him over. Difficult period to bat. More problems for the 19-year-old Sam Constas. And Jaden Seals, his reputation continues to grow.
Well, here we go. The West Indies. Just about the perfect start. Wasn't his best delivery. Sam Constas saw the width. Just in the end got a bottom edge, dragged it onto the stumps, and he's out for a duck. Great start for the Windies. They get there first.
Cam Green talked about these difficult little periods. Now, do they get the ball full at him, risk being driven? Seals had him caught at gully first innings. Oh, it's just bounced, it spat at Cam Green, spat at him.
Very good fast bowling from Jaden Seals. Steaming in, getting everything out of this pitch. That really bounced. Off the shoulder of the bat. Just short of second slip. So this is excellent from the West Indies. I want to see them running between overs as well, trying to get as many deliveries in as possible.
Go fuller. Does he go fuller? Does he get into the, sort of that 5 meter or fuller area? He does go full. He does go full. None for one. Usman Khawaja gets a chance to face up. Inside, is it landing? That's a watch of Alzari Joseph, I assume. I'm saying to the guys, this is the side that we may not be working on. We're shining the opposite side in time. Uh-oh, that's an indeterminate shot. Yeah, one of the things when Alzari Joseph is the ball picker, and one of the things he'll do is that he'll sort of do that with the ball when he's choosing from the box, flick it up in the air to see how the seam rotates so that he knows if there's a wobble on it or if it's a nice, proud enough seam. This is one of the balls I stole from the umpires now. We borrowed it. And then he look at the mark to see, has that first over landed just off the seam on one side? So if it's scuffed up there, they'll shine the other side in time. Oh, goodness me. Goodness me. This hard new ball does strange things. Green got one that bounced on him last over, and this one has crept along the ground.
Wowee. Very close to the off stump as well, so both the Australian batters going down, doing a bit of gardening, having a look at the pitch, trying to work out how they can survive this new ball. Big opportunity here for the West Indies.
Two things. He's been LBW to Alzari Joseph twice in the series from round the wicket. And there are issues for Sam Constas as he stands on leg stump again, standing on leg stump and throwing the hands at the ball, not getting into the shot as we see, moving across slightly once he's picked length.
Yeah, from a technical point of view, talk about it after this delivery. Oh, some swing there. Yeah, I've just noticed probably more so in the innings that he's faced in the Barbados and here, just a few balance issues. No ball there from Shamar Joseph. And you notice with that dismissal as well, like his feet aren't planted and then he's throwing his hands at the ball. It's confirmation, that's a big no ball. Yeah, there's a couple of times with Sam Constas where he's, even when he hasn't got out, he's played his shot and then he's moved, his feet have moved again, which indicates that he's not quite balanced It's just small little things as he's playing the delivery.
Yes, yeah.
Two runs there to Usman Khawaja. So just have a look at Sam Constas here. He throws his hands at the ball and then just notice his feet after he makes contact. See, his feet are still moving, and that's not ideal. That just suggests to me that just things aren't quite right with his balance.
So what I would ask you then, the converse of that, what is the appropriate way that position that he should be in if you're talking about correct balance?
Yeah, well, he has tweaked his game. He's spoken about before this series how he's opened up his front foot. Now, whether that's just thrown things out a little bit, I'm not too sure, but yeah, you can. Sometimes he's getting himself into good positions, but a lot of the times you're just seeing that overbalance after he plays a shot. 3 for 1.
The sunsets in this part of the world is absolutely breathtaking. It's worth a visit just to have a look at that. Quite serene.
Yes.
Out in the middle, though, it's anything but serene. It's aggression from the West Indians. Jayden Seales, early success for him. We've spoken quite a lot about his strike rate and what he's done in his burgeoning career. He just continues to impress, and it's their bowlers again who keep them in the contest. Not only with the ball, remember their lower order contributions. Zari Joseph and the like. Yeah, one of the reasons for his continued success is that average swing. In the last 10 years, a minimum of 200 overs. That's the caveat. Jayden Seales has swung the ball more than anyone else across the game globally. And that's just an indication of the high skill and talent of this young man. When you look at the global game and some of the names, some of the players who've played this game, to be on the top of that list is quite amazing, isn't it, Stacey?
Most definitely, and he's still quite young. Jayden Seales, 23 years of age. He relishes the opportunity to play Test cricket. They're in agreement of our statement.
And just look at that record in 20 matches, 84 wickets, the average and the strike rate. We've spoken quite a lot about that strike rate. A very impactful test match bowler, Jayden Seales. And again, very similar, in fact, eerily similar from the first innings. It was Alzari Joseph then. It's Jaden Seals now. And the struggle continues for Khawaja. Around the wicket, is he going to review? He's considering it. Time is running out. And there goes for it just in the nick of it.
Third umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision piece. Okay, ball is very close to the bat. Can we have ultra edge, please? Let's keep it going, please. Okay, clear gap between bat and ball. No bat involved. Ball tracking, please. Copy. Adrian, ball tracking is coming. Stand by. Pitching outside off, impact in line, wickets hitting. Thank you. I'll go back to Adrian on field. Adrian, you can stay with your decision. You're on Spain now. You can signal out.
The hope turns to despair for Usman Khawaja. Make that 3 times in succession. Dismissed in a similar fashion. He goes for 2. Australia in early trouble here, 4 for 2.
And this was going to be
Nathan Lyon has been given a promotion and a job, a task really, that of the night watchman to see off. I make it approximately 19 minutes remaining. Stacey, this dismissal type.
Yeah, Khawaja just possibly hoping for something to go his way. The fans celebrate. Jaden Seals, he's now picked up 2 wickets.
Yeah, you really got to love the West Indian fans. Despite the performance of the teams, despite the result, they are quite a passionate bunch, and every opportunity to celebrate, they are jumping, they are waving, they are dancing. I really love their spirit. Indomitable. Yeah, successful over again from Seals, 4 for 2. Really tricky this passage of play here for Australia. They got a lead of 33. West Indies, their lower order did well to get them to 253. And now 2 wickets down. Can Shamar Joseph add to that? And such a knack of taking wickets against this opposition. Yeah, she's willing them on, urging them on.
Like all the other supporters, I think the fight is just what the West Indian fans around the globe are happy to see from this team. You see the bowlers batting to the back end of the innings and vital runs, and now with ball in hand.
Yeah, Chase just wanted to make sure that that silly mid-on and that forward short leg is a little bit closer. He was deep. Yeah, let's have a look at an analysis really of how eerily similar these dismissals are. And that was in the second innings in Barbados, first innings here, and then have a look at this. Almost carbon copy, isn't it? We showed before what the data suggests his averages when fast bowlers come around the wicket. The batting coach will have something to think about. And credit, Stacey, must be given to the West Indian bowlers and their think tank for, one, identifying the deficiency, coming up with the plan, and then more importantly, yeah, Ravi Rampal, that man on screen there, the bowling coach of this team, must get commendations for the work that he's done, the plotting, the planning. But these guys who are executing, brilliant.
Reminded the first innings when Australia batted, they picked up 4 wickets. They picked up those wickets again in those channels. Yeah, they found the weakness in those batters, and they've just kept nagging at that length.
West Indies will know how important every run is here, and I just wonder what their line of attack will be as we get a little bit deeper into this innings. And seeing some balls keeping very low, some taking off from a good length, but the focus will be on Nathan Lyon. Can they dislodge him this evening? Lots of slips in weight. Five for 2.
A tricky period for Australia. They've lost 2 wickets for just 5 runs. Seals and Joseph, it won't make it very easy for them. Both wickets going to Jaden Seals.
Yeah, not for the first time. We've seen the openers being dislodged quite early, and it happens across both teams. The top order not getting the productivity that they would like, and it's an issue, a persistent issue. Talking about persistence, this guy has been so good. Yeah, that swing that he gets, Stacey, you would know better than most about swing bowling. And his ability to get that ball to move quite late, I think that is his great strength.
I can't remember swinging it as big as he does. But he really has that look of a 1990s West Indian fast bowler. That sort of aggression.
Oh my word, Jaden Seals, you've got this ball on a string. And the angle at which he comes in, it almost forces the batter to play And then that slight away movement. Just look at that, folks. You must play at that delivery. That's not a delivery that he can leave alone. You know, sometimes we talk about players playing at deliveries that they don't necessarily need to play. But the angle, the trajectory of that one, it means you must play. Now that's 4. Just trying to take his line a little bit straighter. And going down the leg.
And this is the area that will be just a bit concerning. You don't want to change things up, even though that delivery swung in prodigiously. Yeah, try to find back that line, find back that rhythm, that off-stump line.
I just wonder if he'll get a crack this evening before close of play. Alzarri Joseph, I'm sure he's up for it. Just about 9 minutes to go. I make it maybe 3 overs potentially after this one. Who knows? They'll be desperate for one more. If they can get green, they're happy, but they won't complain about the wicket of Lion either. How many can they chase in the 4th innings? 10 wickets on day 1, 12 wickets so far on day 2. So again, this game moving on quite quickly, accelerated pace. Solidly played. 9 for 2.
The lead set on 42. They won 66.5 overs for Australia's 286. Day 2 has already produced 262 runs and 12 wickets.
Ten wickets, 12 wickets. Can we add to that? Overall lead of 42 for Australia. Just speaking about Alzarri Joseph wanting a go, well, he gets an opportunity. Recorded his 2nd best returns in Test match cricket yesterday. Reinforcing that slip region. We had some issues there before. Joseph.
I think this is what playing the last half hour of the match will do. The bowlers are on top and they've picked up 2 wickets. The slip region, I'm almost certain they can't wait for an opportunity.
You're talking about trends. We saw the dismissals of Khawaja, Sam Constas. We've seen him get dismissed a couple times with a similar dismissal type. Yeah, so I suppose it's something that will be playing on their minds now. And especially when you aren't scoring runs, you don't have that confidence. Everything will be bothering you, perhaps worrying you a little bit. I'm certain that Khawaja will be thinking about what he can do to counter those bowlers coming around the wicket. And a reinforcement for this test, Steve Smith and his experience. This will challenge the boundary. It's slowing down considerably. Just dribbling there. And he stops short. Just ran a couple. Want to keep Lion on strike. Yeah, just have a look at Sam Constas. This was in Barbados. Just chopping it on. A little bit wider, but again, because of the angle of the bat, the ball coming back onto the stump. So something for him to think about, among other things. We've been scrutinizing his output, his productivity or lack thereof, and just wonder how much patience there is with him. He's taking a blow. He takes the single this time. No one backing up. So that was quite good of the fielder as well, who sort of checked his throw. He realized that there was no one behind backing up. And Lion will require some bit of treatment. This will eat away at the precious few minutes remaining. But I just want to make special mention of the game awareness here. I'm not entirely sure who the fielder was. I wonder if it was Craig Brathwaite. Left shoulder. He realizes that there is no one as chase, that no one is backing up, so he just checked his throw. And because Nathan Lyon one strike, they didn't run on the overthrow, so one delivery remaining in the over. But this here will no doubt take away a few minutes of the West Indians' hopes of getting another. Yeah, he's looking at the hand. He thought that he got hit a little bit higher up. Reminds me of a funny moment, Stacey, two West Indian batters. I think it was Mervyn Dillon and Dinat Ramnaran actually, who in a bid to save a test match, there was a little bit of an injury. When they went after the match to have a chat with the match referee, who was perhaps questioning the legitimacy of the injury and the time that they were taking, they weren't sure which foot actually the injury occurred to. It's a funny story that's told. I think in the end the test match was saved. Yeah, a couple of wickets to fall. That of Constance, we just saw that. Again, another failure for him. Going after a wide one and playing it on. Jaden Seals, early strike for him. And then Seals again. It was baffling why he reviewed that. That was as plumb as it can get. Just about 3/4 the way up, hitting middle and leg. They're just trying to keep the West Indies in the hunt here. And the lead is 45, 2 wickets down. West Indies bowled out Australia last evening, and today started the innings. Craig Brathwaite in his 100th test match, failing to score. Campbell was looking very well set when he gifted his wicket away. A maiden half century for King in this format, and some useful lower order contributions. Stark with a wicket, goes closer to 400. Hazelwood, Cummins with a couple each. Nathan Lyon, 3, interestingly. He'll have to bowl in the 4th innings. that lead of 33. They were hoping to extend that and to keep their wickets intact overnight, but not to be. Seals with a couple strikes, and they've sent out Lyon as a night watchman. And we're into Joseph Alzari's first over. Yeah, so the shoulder taking a blow, taking one for his team. It's his left hand, so it wouldn't affect his bowling too much. And with that, we've got one delivery left, and my clock says 5:30, so I'm not entirely sure if this would be the final delivery of day 2. Quite possibly so. Yeah, it seems as though it's going to be the final bit of play. Yes, it is. And so that stumps on day 2. Nathan Lyon completed his task of remaining unbeaten at the end, protecting the others to come. But Jayden Seals doing what West Indies hoped that they would do by getting a couple wickets and keeping this game with a certain level of parity. Overall lead of 45. We've got a lot of time remaining in this test match. I don't necessarily know if we'll utilize all of it, but it is still quite nicely poised, Stacey.
Now West Indies will feel pleased with their bowling effort, their batting effort as well, being able to carry that lead down to 33 runs, and then coming and picking up 2 Australian wickets. Sam Constance and Usman Khawaja, the 2 dismissals to Jayden Seals. 3 bowlers use. Seals, the successor, 2 for 5 from 3 overs with 1 maiden. A maiden wicket is first. In summary, Australia 286 in the first innings, West Indies 253. Australia now 12 for 2, and West Indies will be pleased. Lead by 45.
Yeah, bowling coach Ravi Rampal just reinforcing the commendations to Jayden Seals. This is how things panned out session by session. 110, 75 and 80. Look at the wickets though. Incremental increase. 3, 4 and 5. And so we've had 12 wickets fall in today. Who knows what day 3 would bring. These guys will need to rest and recover and come back at it tomorrow once again. And whilst we all take a little bit of a recovery, we'll take a short break and we'll have a lot more for you after. after 2 days of the second test. I don't know how much of an advantage Australia have, but they have a lead of 45 and 8 wickets remaining. That might just be quite significant in the end. Let's head pitch side where Darren Ganga is stationed.
So good to have Floyd Reefer, West Indies batting consultant, with us. Floyd, first looking at West Indies batting effort today, 253 all out. How would you assess and sum up the day's play?
Well, Darren, at the beginning of the day's play, we were hoping to get 300 plus runs. Obviously, to get a lead of 50, 75 runs would have been good for us. But 253 all out, I must commend the guys that batted well. Brandon King, thought he played a good innings. Then we had a little partnership there with him and Shea Hope as well. And then in the back end of the innings, the guys at the lower order, they also played well. The Shamar Joseph and Alzari Joseph, they both batted well for 20 apiece. And then in the back end, Jaden Seas and Anderson Phillip, we told them, listen, you guys supposed to bat at least 50 balls. You bat 50 balls, you guarantee to score 15, 20 runs. So that kind of gave us a little momentum, at the back end of the game. But to sum up the day, we've been hoping for like a 75-run lead.
If we look at the series and you compare the bowling as compared to the batting, you would say that the batting a little bit below par. And diving into your work itself, what are some of the things that you're working on with these West Indian batters to get more productivity?
I even say the batting, you say the batting is below par, but this is a new batting lineup. If you look at our batters, John Campbell being away from Test cricket for a while, so is Shea Hope and Rawson Chase. Then you have King on debut, so starting the second game, Casey Carti is new. So I think that this is probably the best batting lineup we can have. It's just a matter of time. It'll take time for these fellas to click and get the pace and the rhythm of Test cricket.
Brandon King notched up his maiden half-century in Test match cricket. What did you enjoy about his innings?
The intent to score, a lot of balls that came down straight. He played with good, solid defense, and then he showed the intent to score, like I said before, and then tried to put pressure back onto the bowlers whenever he could.
And projecting to day 3, your expectations from your team, first with the ball and then if they get the chance with the bat?
Well, I just see the wicket is kind of deteriorating a bit, so hopefully we can bowl them out for a decent score so we can chase at least 220 the second innings.
Well, thank you very much, Floyd, for your time. All the very best to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, batting consultant Floyd Reefer. This is where things currently stand then. 286 and 12 for 2 Australia. West Indies 253. Australia leading by 45, 8 wickets in hand. Moving day 3. Tomorrow it can move quite quickly. We're live 9:45 a.m. local time at the National Cricket Stadium here in Grenada. We do hope that you can join us for another gripping day of Test match cricket. For those of you who are here in the Caribbean and across in Australia, do stay with us, because after the break we'll have the Around the Wicket show, ESPN. Around the Wicket show, Brandon King will be joining us for some of his insights. Again, thanks for your company. Hope to see you soon.
we have a conclusion of a second day's play in this second test match. Welcome to ESPN Around the Wicket, where we will be discussing what has happened all around the wicket today with Greg Blewett, Carlos Brathwaite, and happy to be joined by Brandon King. Well played, by the way, and we'll see that now on this summary of how the match has progressed so far after a couple of days. Australia 286 with Carey and Webster going very well. Alzari Joseph, the leader of the pack, with 4 wickets. And then West Indies bowled out today for 253. Brandon King with 75. Campbell with 40. Lyon with 3 for 75. Australia in their second innings, 12 for 2. So a 45-run lead for the Australians so far. And Greg, I'll start with you. And you said today would be a bowling day, and I haven't forgotten you. You said that at the top of the day. How do you feel it went?
Well, it was a bowling day. I mean, there were lots of wickets again. There was some very good partnerships, but it does look tough to bat, especially against the new ball. The Australians found that out again tonight. Eerily similar to the first test match. I mean, after the first 2 days, extremely close, hard to pick who the winner of the test match is going to be. So again, tomorrow morning, I think that first session is going to go a long way to determining the outcome of this game. All right,
Carlos, your thoughts from the way the West Indies went today briefly, and then we'll jump to Brandon.
Yeah, I thought they fought very well. We talk about the averages of the batters, and to see them apply themselves, probably only John Campbell was the one with the extra intent. Brandon King beside me, Roston Chase for a while, Shea Hope, everyone tried, and then you had the cameos from the 2 Josephs, and then another dogged set of resistance. So I was really proud about how the boys went about it, and they clawed it back as closely as they probably could.
And Brandon, there are a couple of things that I'd like to ask you, but first of all, in achieving your highest test score so far, very early in your red ball test match career, how do you feel?
Yeah, I'm obviously happy with the innings. You know, it was really important on this pitch. You know, as you guys said, it's not an easy pitch to bat on. Obviously, I'd like to go further, you know, to get closer to their score. But you know, happy I could contribute.
Just jump to the challenges of the surface.
Yeah, I mean, as Greg said, it's similar to Barbados. I mean, the bounce is variable. That's the biggest challenge. Obviously, you know, these guys are skilled bowlers, so you know they're gonna seam the ball and you know swing it. So, but the bounce is really what makes it very challenging. You know, and it's hard to predict.
And your approach, as we look at some of the highlights of your innings, and what I liked about it, and I don't know if I'm wrong, is some of your defense and then waiting to branch out into your attack.
Yeah, definitely. It's the type of pitch where you have to commit to whatever you're doing. Obviously, with the bounce, it's hard to score once they bowl, you know, straight on the wicket. So once given any width, I tried my best to score.
And defend, though, that's a big part, isn't it, of a test match game as you're learning?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, you know, this is a form of the game where you have to be solid in both departments. So I try my best to commit fully to defence as much as I do when I'm attacking.
Brandon, really well played today on a tricky surface. So I'm interested to know from you, who did you think was the most challenging out of the Australian bowlers? Who did you think you were, you know, really had to fight, you know, to survive out there?
Yeah, if I'm being honest with you all, it's hard for me to pick. You know, they all have their strengths and the areas that they were bowling, particularly once you bowl in that, you know, straight line, it's very difficult. You're not knowing what the pitch is going to do sometimes.
Well, I think if I'm in the opposition dressing room, you talk about bringing the ball back to Brandon, hit him on his pad, but today that bat came down very flush. I was told that you're doing some work with Floyd Reefer with the balance beam. Could you take us into that kind of preparation, that awareness, and what some of the conversations being had?
Yeah, I mean, it was something that started in the camp before the first test. You know, just through conversations. Obviously, balance is a key foundation of batting, and it can lead to other issues. So that's something that we recognize that I needed to work on a little bit, you know, and that helps also with playing the balls with our straight, you know.
Darren, Sammy said, he made this statement publicly in the press that it's a sort of a reconstituted test match team, right? A few white ball faces coming in based on what they could apply with regards to aggression. But today we saw a Brandon King who almost had to anchor and change what has been your natural way of playing the game. How do you see that?
I think even if you're an aggressive batsman in Test cricket, you still have to go with the ebbs and flows. There's times when bowlers will bowl good spells and you have to battle it out. Especially on difficult wickets, you can't attack right through. So it's about recognizing those moments as best as possible. And when you feel like you're on top and can get some runs, you continue.
Brandon, do you agree with what I said at the start of this show? Like it's feels to me like it's really similar to that first Test match in Barbados, and as you know, Test match cricket is all about turning up every day, and you're going to have to play some really good cricket again tomorrow. You fought back really well today, but you're going to have another good day tomorrow.
Definitely, yeah. Obviously the first over tomorrow is really important. We did well to get 2 wickets in the evening. On a tricky pitch, you don't want to chase too much. That's clear. The last game played out pretty similar, and so we're looking to try and bowl as tight as possible tomorrow morning, and whatever is on the total, we're trying to apply ourselves.
We're going to go to that bowling now, actually, but Carlos and I keep saying something, and I've said it probably for longer than Carlos, is that trust your defence, and we saw that trust your defence. You have to trust your defence at this level. Now to the bowling, and what you saw your guys do to Australia at the back end of this evening as we look at the wickets. Are there any planning sort of measures that go into this?
Yeah, I think it's pretty much the same plan we had in the first innings, to be honest. It's a difficult wicket to score. The bounce is very variable. So, we're trying to come down as straight as possible. I think that's pretty clear. And keep challenging their technique. Make them play as many deliveries as possible.
Could they have made them play more? I mean, we look at Usman Khawaja, who's been dismissed, Carlos, in a very similar fashion in the last 3 innings. We don't have a play and miss sort of graphic or ball tracking, just Skype off work very early. But did Seals, did the 2 Josephs make them play enough, I'm asking?
Probably not in the few overs in the back end, and I think what I want to see them do is to take a leaf out of the book of the Australian seamers, and you would know you were batting. It feels as though you have to concentrate every single delivery. You can't make a mistake, and as comfortable as you had looked, Brandon, you always felt as though Australia were in with a chance. You always felt as though there could be a wicket at any time. You did a hell of a job, but how can our bowlers now make them feel uncomfortable? Not necessarily with hostility, but just asking them, as you just said, to test your technique more often than not. The ball is still swinging, one is rolling, one is going through. Let's see if we can back up what we did in the first test and the first innings here again tomorrow.
Because when I know Greg wants to get into it, but I just talked to one of your colleagues, a good friend of mine, and he said, to sum up this wicket, he never feels as though he's in when he's at the crease. You can't go into cruise mode at any point.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, and it's played out over the game. I think even the Australians would agree. It's very challenging, as I've said before, and at any moment, the pitch can do something that you can't react to. So.
Just wondering too whether any of the Australians sometimes they like to give a bit of feedback. You were talking about that in commentary about your experiences about playing for Australia. Did any of the Australians have any feedback for you while you were batting out there for your 75?
Any dinner plans?
Brandon's a decent guy. He doesn't know that. He's a decent guy. He's well brought up and very shy. So we're going to palm that off for the moment. What I want 4 of us to focus on, though, is one of the youngest members of your bowling attack, and Jayden Seales, and his rise and his ascendancy, Carlos, in terms of where he's positioned, of bowlers who have taken 75 wickets in Test cricket, and that's strike rate there. And this is across the globe.
Yeah, I think he needs a little bit more PR, Bish. I'll be honest. We have a tendency to not appreciate our own until they go overseas, and then others appreciate them for us. And I think back to the accolades he received from Sussex when he had his stint there, and I just felt like though I was reposting and retweeting and resharing a post a day, because they realize how much of a gem we have on our hands, and I think sometimes we don't appreciate it as much as we should. So I hope that he gets the love that he deserves, the appreciation that he deserves, and I hope that this can be the start of a very long Test career, and fruitful.
Yeah, that PR has to come from outside the Caribbean, Brandon, because I know that myself, seen him since under-19, Roddy Estwick, loved him from under-19, Phil Simmons. What is your appreciation for Jayden and some insight into his personality?
Jaden, as far as his game goes, very impressive. Obviously, he has just recently started his test career, and to achieve what he's achieved so far, obviously he just broke into the top 10 of the rankings, so we're very happy for him, and he does work hard for it, so just consistency in his hard work, from what I've seen, is one of his most impressive traits.
Brandon, thank you very much for coming across and joining us. Thank you very much, and congratulations on what you've achieved so far in a very young test match career, and we hope to see you build on that. So we'll take a little break here. Thanks to Brandon, Carlos, and Greg will remain with us. The Aussie bowling today will be something we analyze after the break. Welcome to ESPN Around the Wicket, or I should say welcome back, because Greg Blewett and Carlos Brathwaite are still with me here to just look through how Australia managed to achieve the wickets that fell today, the 10 West Indian wickets. And Carlos, we'll start with Craig Brathwaite. I know you have some views on it.
Yeah, I think his head position is important. He's not the most expansive player, but when he is playing well, he gets his head to the ball. And you can see a definite effort to get forward, but he's going with his front foot and almost lunged at it. His head, as a result, and his weight has stayed behind. So he's trying to shuffle the ball back, and it's a fantastic catch by Josh Hazlewood. But he'll know that he's more technically sound than that.
Yeah, it wasn't the start that the West Indies wanted, nor of a celebration that Brathwaite would have wanted. And then Casey Carti.
Yeah, I mean, talking about excellent catches, probably none better than this piece of athleticism from the Australian captain, Pat Cummins. No short legs, so it popped up, really high for an inside edge, but Pat Cummins was good enough and alert enough to get across and get it into that right hand. So it was a good start by the Australians, and it was a good start too, I thought, from John Campbell, and then for some reason decided to come down the track and hit across the line, and a little bit similar to his dismissal, I thought, in the second innings in Barbados. Not really needed at the time.
Yeah, I agree with him trying to push on the game, but if you look at that technically again and when it happens, does it need to happen? And the answer is probably no. Roston Chase again, caught, strapped on the crease with the ball, tracking back. Original decision not out. 3 reds on review. He's one that has tried to be dogged, tried to get that solid defence and build from that foundation, and couldn't today.
And there was a good little partnership before this happened, Greg, and you talked about the angles on the crease to hoop.
Oh, it was beautiful. I mean, and the ball before that was wide of the crease as well, but it went past the outside edge. And the one that got Shea Hope then came back in and took the off stump. And then the Australians got on a little bit of a roll. And we just spoke with Brandon King, who played beautifully. Just got one to bounce a little bit and just took the bottom of his glove. So that fine innings came to an end. And then, as I said, Australia got on a bit of a roll. Justin Graves didn't last very long. A little inside edge onto the pad. And I thought that was a better catch than it actually looked. It looked pretty straightforward, but probably Alex Carey thought he would have had to have moved to his left, and it came off the pad and ricocheted pretty straight, and I thought it was an excellent catch. And then there was another good partnership between the Josephs and Alzari in the end, holding out too long on, but some valuable runs to the West Indies total.
79 for the last 3 wickets showed the type of fight we're seeing. The wickets here in isolation, but what happened in between was very important.
Yeah, and some time as well. So it wasn't a case of West Indies being shot out after losing the wickets of King, Hope and Graves. The bowling unit spent some time with bat in hand. You could see despondent Josh Hazelwood at different times, Pat Cummins, and then this felt like a tame end to what was good resistance. But I thought it worked nicely in their favour as it gave them just enough overs to bowl in the back end of the day.
Nitin Menon adjudicating that dismissal at the back end, and he's someone I have a high regard for. Nitin Menon, he's a hard-working, honest umpire, much like the West Indies fought at the back end, and Australian bowlers, you could apply that same thought to them. They're hard-working.
Yeah, they had to work hard for their wickets again today, which I think's, full credit to the West Indies. We saw it in the first test and we're seeing it again today. So some really good fight, and probably the Australian fast bowlers thought that they probably would have run through the West Indies after tea today here, but we saw that resistance, and I thought importantly got some more overs in to the Aussie fast bowlers. So that's a big tick, I thought, to the fight of the West Indies, and just didn't come easy for the Australians.
Man, I'm loving this Test cricket. I'm loving Test cricket when the bowlers are in the game in a big way. You don't have to agree with me. You can have your own opinions. What you can't disagree on is the analysis coming up after this short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back here with ESPN Around the Wicket. Another absorbing day of Test cricket complete. Welcome back to ESPN Around the Wicket with Greg Blewett and Carlos Brathwaite, analysing all sorts of what went on today. And now just some familiar patterns have been developing in the Test series, Greg. And I want to start with Sam Constas, dismissed cheaply again tonight. And when he left the field, he looked a broken young man.
Yeah, I felt for him, I really did. I mean, you know, opening the batting in Test match cricket, there's nowhere to hide at all, and we knew that it was going to be a tough little period. And unfortunately for Sam, got a wide one that he chased tonight, and he got a bottom edge and dragged it back onto the stumps. This is, so far in the series, his dismissal, so it was tough again in the first Test. The second innings, the first innings in this game, he'd probably look at as well and think maybe I chased that a little bit. And then again tonight, a wide one that he went after and a bottom edge back onto the stumps. But I agree, Bish, like you can see him just walking off going, you know, this Test cricket's not easy. It really isn't. So obviously he'll reflect on that. He'll talk to some people that are close to him. I believe his personal batting coach is in the West Indies as well. So he's got Michael Divenuto, who is the Australian team batting coach, but I believe Sam's personal batting coach is here as well. So he's got plenty of people to talk to and reflect on what he can possibly do going into the third Test match.
He's very close, Carlos, to someone that you battled with. Shane Watson is sort of a mentor, and Shane believes a lot in mental fortitude. In fact, he's written a book on it. So from a mental perspective, what do you say to this young guy?
I think he has to decide how he wants to play. You think back to the first innings of this Test, he got 20-odd, highest score on this tour so far, and he climbed into anything wide or short. So he had a game plan then where if it's in the area, I'll leave it. I just feel in the Caribbean, you're never quite in.
Yeah.
Got to 25 and figured it's time to motor on. It's time to take the game to the bowlers. Probably still needs to be a little bit more disciplined for a little bit longer. His first challenge is seeing off the new ball, which he hasn't done before or after the 25 in the first Test. But once you do that, go big. You can look at someone like Ollie Pope, who may get a few low scores, bats at 3, best bowlers, new ball, but when he gets in, he goes big. So it gives you a little bit of time. If you can get a 110 or 120 or 130 under your belt, people know that there's skill there that can be transferred to the highest level. And I think that is what he's missing at the moment. From a mental fortitude standpoint, just get back to doing the basics. We heard Brandon King talk about balance beam. Piece of wood, standing up, head over your shoulder. What are the basics? Sometimes we think to go so far, but how can you get back to basics? Underarm throws, shoulder coming through the ball, good head position, hearing a nice sound off the bat. Keep it super simple.
Yeah, I don't have much sympathy for batters, but I feel for that young man tonight. And we move from the youth to the experience, who is also having a rough time, and Usman Khawaja. He says he still has so much to offer, the last 3 dismissals.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how opposition bowlers are going at Usman Khawaja. We saw in the series back home in Australia, Bumrah coming around the wicket but swinging ball away from Usman. However, the West Indies are swinging the ball back into Usman from around the wicket. So, yeah, India were trying to nick him off, whereas West Indies are trying to target his stumps a little bit more. And I suppose if you can talk to Usman about maybe the way that he could possibly counteract that, if he's getting forward a little bit more, then he's probably getting outside the line if he's coming forward with that swinging ball. But that's pretty much how he plays, Usman Khawaja. He does like playing from the crease. So with that ball swinging in and on these pitches just staying a little bit low, it's just exposing that LBW in the top of the stumps.
It wasn't only Bumrah, it was Kahisa Rabada in the World Test Championship final that nicked him off a couple of times there as well, right? So we have one more round of analysis coming up, and we may be looking forward. Get our glasses on. They need to put their glasses on to look forward into the future and the crystal ball. After the short break, we'll be back here with our final round. Welcome back to ESPN Around the Wicket, our last segment in this analysis of day 2. And who's out front in this contest? We don't just depend on human intuition, but we have technology making decisions and sometimes sitting on the fence or close to it. West Indies 54%, Australia 45%. Draw 1%. I think that's just a perfunctory 1% that they've put in there, all things being equal. Greg Blewett, do you agree with that?
No, I don't.
I expected
I mean, the problem the West Indies, I believe, they've got Australia's best players for the series still to come. Right. And throw in Stephen Smith as well. So they've got a lot of work to do. I know that this new ball is only 5 overs old, so it is going to be challenging. It is going to be challenging in the morning. There's no doubt about that. But, yeah, I think Australia are a very good side for a reason, and they've got some good players still to come. So for me, I'm still backing Australia.
All right, well, let's, Carlos, identify and analyse this stat for us.
Yeah, 5, 6 and 7. Head, Webster and Carey almost changed the game whenever they have been in partnership together. As you can see, a very healthy average of 46, 650-plus scores as well. And then in the West Indies section, you can see that's where they falter a bit. And when I was playing red ball cricket many moons ago, you'd call that the engine room. Those are the players that should have the ability to ride and be very dogged to get through the end of play, but then come the next morning and turn it up, turn it on, and take the game away. And that is what Head, Webster and Carey has been doing.
And just quickly, Carlos, just a final note on tomorrow and that segment in the morning. How critical with that ball still new?
Oh, very important. I think first to get rid of Nathan Lyon. We saw how resolute his defence was. You need to get rid of him early. And then Steve Smith. Steve Smith and the engine room need to get those guys out as early as possible. If they don't, before tea, it could be another long game for West Indies.
But the game in the balance. Greg, thank you very much. This is what we love to see. Carlos, thank you so much. We've had really good weather again here in Grenada, and we had the biggest crowd turn up here this Friday to witness Australia, who got 286 yesterday. The West Indies got to 253 today. Their last 3 wickets, adding 79 after Brandon King got his first half century in Test match cricket. And then Australia 12 for 2 with Jaden Seals 2 for 5, a young man whose star continues to rise. Australia ahead by 45. So day 3 will be tomorrow, July the 5th. We'll be on air at 9:45 a.m. local time at the National Cricket Stadium here in Grenada. It will be a battle royale, and we hope that you will be right back here in Grenada to enjoy it with us. Goodbye for now.
Welcome to highlights of the 2 second test. John Campbell and Craig Brathwaite hoping to get the West Indies up to that total. Brathwaite in his centennial test failing to score. John Campbell was his usual pugnacious self, getting a few boundaries away, usually quite aggressive. That's his modus operandi. And they were looking to forge a partnership, but then Casey Carti fell to a magnificent cotton bowl by Pat Cummins. And then this, a simple catch, a chip, a gift from John Campbell. King was looking fluent, only his 2nd test match. And Captain Ruston Chase as well. And they both were looking quite good, quite comfortable out in the middle. And then that man again, Josh Hazelwood, with the breakthrough, had to be reviewed. Original decision not out, but that had to be overturned. And that was the end of Ruston Chase. King continued to motor along. And then he registered his maiden half-century in Test match cricket in only his 2nd Test match. Shea Hope was looking to up the ante. Some wonderful shots along the way, almost white ball-like in their approach, taking on the fielder in the deep. And then Shea Hope fell. Another beauty from Pat Cummins. That one just jagging in. And a strangle down the leg side. This too had to be reviewed quite belatedly, really. Just touching the glove ever so slightly on the way through. And that was the end of a magnificent innings from Brandon King. He got 75. And some rare end resistance from the West Indies. The 2 Josephs, they usually are quite entertaining with the ball, and whenever given an opportunity with the bat as well, some lusty blows. That was as good as any. Just the sound of the bat of Shamar Joseph. He was cleaned up eventually as Stark gets closer to 400. Head with the final wicket, 253 all out. And then before the close of play, West Indies, they fought back through Jaden Seals, who got a couple.
Darren, at the beginning of the day's play, we were hoping to get 300 plus runs. Obviously to get a lead of 50, 75 runs would have been good for us, but 253 all out, I must commend the guys that batted well. Brandon King, he played a good innings. Then we had a little partnership there with him and Shea Hope as well. And then in the back end of the innings, the guys at the lower order, they also played well. The Shamar Joseph and Alzari Joseph, they both batted well for 20 apiece. And then in the back end, Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip, we told them, listen, you guys supposed to bat at least 50 balls. You bat 50 balls, you guarantee to score 15, 20 runs. So that kind of give us a little momentum, at the back end of the game. But to sum up the day, we'll be hoping for like a 75 run lead.
wicket.